Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the whole Boom community from all over the world. And welcome also to those who've never been to Boom and are curious enough to join us today.
Welcome to those who got a ticket for 2020 only to be screwed over by the pandemic, but hopefully you'll be with us next year.
So welcome to those who are happy, maybe, to finally have a break from festivals. And welcome also to those who are so sad and desperate they wish they could enter inside a Boom YouTube video.
Welcome to those without masks and those with.
And welcome to those who think, what pandemic? And welcome to those who are dealing with its consequences on a daily basis.
Welcome to those who found themselves in quarantine and those who found it really tough.
And welcome to those who are sad because they will not be able to eat bat soup ever again. And welcome to those who are thinking about a vegan version of it. So welcome to the paradoxes of the Anthropocene. This is Chiara, I'm Italian, and I'm broadcasting from Portugal.
And this is Ivan, broadcasting straight from Greece. I don't know if you can hear the cicadas doing their little original techno productions. And it's very hot, but we're with you today.
Together we curate the cultural program of Boom Festival, and today we will be your hosts. So the Anthropocene was supposed to be the theme of Boom 2020. And the paradoxes of the Anthropocene was supposed to be the focus of the program of Liminal Village, the cultural area. So I think in terms of sticking to our plans, we're doing pretty good, aren't we?
Yep, we took a 7-day-long psychedelic festival and we've replaced it with 4 hours of screen time, but touching on some of those transformative festival culture topics. So yeah, we're living the paradox.
And today is actually the full moon day of the original Boom dates. And we thought of using this very special time to talk about something that is important, not just for us as the Boom community, but for us in terms of the bigger family to which we belong to. And so today we are here to learn how to cultivate Ravesilience.
And what is Ravesilience, you ask? Well, it is the resilience of rave culture, a very ancient culture, the practices of ecstasy, the practices of boundary dissolution, the practice of frenzy and ritual madness, and all the wonderful, beautiful messiness of being conscious, of being a conscious, living, breathing creature. The resilience of this is something we build together.
And so to do this, today we will have a special menu with many different offers. And we will start with the I Remember project. This is a collective memory video made of many different memories we collected in the past couple of months from the boomers. And we are here to show you the result of that.
And then we have the main course, which is a conversation, a deep dive into independent reveling culture and what that means. And we have speakers from all around the globe joining us. So that's going to be coming right up.
And right after that, we will have a live Q&A where we will finally be able to ask your questions to our speakers. And at the same time, we will use this time to show you some short videos from members of other parts of the independent reveling culture from all over the world. So please stay with us until then. After that, we will also show you a sensorial documentary called Tellurica. And I think that's pretty much it, right?
That's it from the program. We just wanted to say there's going to be some of you who are wondering, where's the music streaming? And yes, through the Unite platform, it's been this collaborative project between labels and promoters and the psychedelic community and lovers of music everywhere. There's been hours and hours and hours of music released so far to keep us sane in quarantine. So you could literally rave for days in your bedroom with what's been released so far. So we thought instead of doing that, breaking up the pattern and discussing why this culture is so important to us. So
I think we are ready to watch together the I Remember project. And please stay with us because we will come back shortly after. Thank you and see you later.
See you on the other side.
psychedelic. Vibration. Miracle.
Energy on dance floor. Máscara sunset. I remember. We are love. We are one.
I remember I was a bit lost, and I felt alone. I was sitting in the sacred fire, and then somebody came to me. He asked, "Hey man, how are you doing?" We had a very uplifting conversation, after which I didn't felt alone anymore. We gave each other a big hug and then parted ways. I think his name was George. My name is Jurjen, and I live in the Netherlands.
I remember, it was Boom 2018, I was just going back from the main stage to the Fuji area. Me and my friend found these two guys dressed as a statue and playing psytrance in front of the lake. The energy was amazing, a lot of people around, everybody dancing and shouting and enjoying. And the sun was going down just behind the lake. It was beautiful. My name is Julio, I'm from Brazil, but I live in Ireland.
I remember having the most insightful experience at Boom. I lost my friends, I lost my name, my identity, my sense of being. And in the middle of this chaos, I understood I'm connected to everything around me. I understood that death is a necessary part of life, that growth only happens through decay, and that light needs its equal amount of shadow. I am May from Germany.
I remember the closing performance. An ocean of sleeping bodies on the floor as the last disappeared in silence. A faint hue on the horizon of the rising sun as I joined my fellow boomers in sleep. I am Lander. Greetings from Belgium.
I remember 2006, that was my very first Boom. I was in the caravan parking and I see this dog running and I recognized it. I called him and he came to me waving his tail all happy, and I asked him, "Where is Mark?" Mark was his owner and my friend who I haven't met for a while, and the dog just took me there where Mark was. We were almost 1 kilometer away from each other. That's how I met my friend at Boom. Wherever you are, big hugs to you, Mark.
I remember having lost my contact lenses on a psychedelic journey, so to the usual struggle of finding back home, I had this additional struggle of not being able to see, and then this moment of greatest relief when I finally stood in front of it, not really knowing how I got there. Thanks a lot to all boomers. This is Sebastian from Germany.
I remember We Are Love since Boom Festival 2014, meeting each other in the breakfast queue, now returning every 2 years for Cosmic Care, offering our care and support, living at a beautiful farm called Little Boomland. We are one. We are love. Francisca and João, Portugal.
I remember so many great stories on Boomland. One of them that was asking Pachamama to tell me something. A fish jumped then out of the water. I was walking over the sacred fields and a guy on a float flamingo was shouting Aquarius. Then I was walking to the sacred fire and a guy told me his name. His name was Ariel. For me, the age of Aquarius started at Boom. Obrigada for everything.
Je me souviens, mon premier boom en 2014, la première fois que je me suis baignée toute nue dans le lac, c'était la première fois de toute ma vie que je faisais ça. J'étais très pudique à l'époque. Et j'ai nagé, et quand je suis revenue sur le rivage, j'avais perdu mes affaires, je m'étais trop éloignée. Et là, un groupe de personnes, voyant que je cherchais quelque chose, est venu m'aider dans ma quête. Et je me suis retrouvée complètement nue face à eux. On parlait pas la même langue, mais rien de tout ça n'était important en fait. Et c'est depuis ce jour-là que j'ai appris à m'aimer comme je suis et à assumer ma nudité. Et tous les 2 ans, j'y retourne pour jamais l'oublier. Camille, France.
I remember I felt the universe in my heart, and I turned and turned with the tribe, and there was no I anymore from Turkey.
I remember sitting down and lying down on the chill-out dance floor, listening to DJ High in Boom 2004, and just looking into the projections that were like being projected on the top of the roof of the tent, and just realizing that life it's more simple than we actually think it is. My name is Elsa. I live in England, but I'm from Portugal.
I remember the day when I sat by the lake and met the witch who taught me how to really face people and life, because until then I really didn't know how to deal with the issue of having a scar on my face, which came from a cancer I had. And you know, that cosmic meeting in Boomland with her changed my life forever. I am Moises, I'm from Brazil.
I remember in Boom Festival in 2018, I was with a depression, and Boom Festival actually cured me. I cannot say that it was everything, the whole connection with all of us, we were one. So I felt that energy, and it was a massive experience. It was my first time in Boom, and I'm sure we'll be back in 2021. My name is Miggs Wilson, and I'm representing from lovely Ponta Douro in Mozambique. Mwah! Blessing.
I remember who I am when I go back to the past to visit this little girl here. A little girl who didn't have any judgment about herself. A little girl who was not trying to make herself right to fit into this reality. A little girl who was just looking for more happiness in her life, having fun, and explore a whole new world. I am Fernanda Abigail from São Paulo, Brazil.
I remember Boom with the sun and the dance temple and the beach, and I wait the next Boom. I'm Mira from Laos.
I remember standing in the middle of being field, holding my face and simply crying my eyes out, because that was my first workshop outside of my home country, and also my first ever music festival. I had never seen anything like that. Boom taught me that my life is full of so much love and abundance, and changed my life forever. Cannot wait to revisit you in 2021. This is Priyanka from India.
I remember in '97 when I went to Boom Festival and everything changed in my life. So in a way I met so many people from abroad, from any other country. Everyone told me, you should go India, you should meet India. India is like very nice, you just go Goa and you meet everything and you start doing this and this and this. And I went to experience and it was like, wow, Goa was amazing, nice parties, nice people. I met a nice way to live. I stayed not 1-2 months in India, but I ended up staying 6 months. So, and from then on, all my life was built into these things. Yeah, jewelry, music, festivals, and markets. Yeah. So my name is João, and I'm from Portugal. Boom.
I remember when I first time heard about Boom Festival. It was 15 years ago. Since then it was my dream, and now when I finally had the magic ticket, festival was cancelled because of coronavirus. But it doesn't matter, because I will keep dreaming one more year. And I know next year I will be the happiest human on the earth, because I will finally arrive to Boomland.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to what is the heart of our event, during which we will hear what is Ravesilience and how to cultivate it.
Welcome, everybody. Through the science of optics, telecommunications, satellite sorcery, we are recording this because we don't want to be at the mercy of technological gods. But we are going to do a little bit of time traveling later and get into your timeline, your present, and we're going to have a live Q&A with some of our speakers here today. And I would like to introduce our intergalactic Ministry of Public Relations correspondent, which is Riley, to give you a little bit of info on how to post comments and do stuff like that. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we would like to make this as interactive as we can. So please leave your questions, comments, your memes in the chat box below. And then we will also post relevant links as we go along. We hope to hear from you guys for the Q&A. And if you want to chat after this episode, you can find us on Reddit. And we'll also post a feedback form in the chat box.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you so much. And I would like to remind everyone that we invite everyone to communicate in a respectful way in the chat box so that we can have a good conversation with each other. Thank you very much.
In other words, even though it's very difficult for some people online, try not to be assholes to one another. So I would like to give us the title of our gathering that you've probably seen somewhere. We're calling it Independent Reveling Culture. Then, now, when. And what do we mean by this? At its purest form, reveling culture is culture that is in service of joy, pleasure, expression of self, and festivity and ecstasy and frenzy and all of these crazy things human beings have been doing for a very, very, very long time. And we're combining this element of revel culture with independent event culture. Humans that come around and organize events that are of importance to them, various kinds of importance, and independent, meaning that it's not exactly bought by Coca-Cola or a big company. There is usually a lack of sponsorship. It's usually sourced by the community. So let's dive in. One thing that I just want to let you know is that we're going to have memes integrated as part of our flow for social commentary. It's the new art form of social commentary like this one. So I would be right now, if this was festival season and in my flat, in stage 2, I guess, probably something chill out. I think this is the vibe I'm feeling right now. So I wonder where you all are. I hope somebody's joining us from your toilets. Also a place that we spend a lot of time at in independent events. And yeah, I'm going to pass this over to Chiara now to tell us a little bit about our speakers.
So yeah, we selected our guests choosing from very large independent gatherings or a bit smaller kind of event. And also we didn't limit ourselves to the festival culture, but also we invited someone to represent club culture, something that is with us the whole year and not just a week or two in the summer. And also, we would like to say that this is just one way to represent independent reveling culture. There is many other ways also because these people represent many more people that work for the same project. So there is a lot of artists, there is the technicians. And so let's just go right in and let's see who our guests are. And I would like to start by Tara Medina. She is the co-founder of Strawberry Fields Festival in Australia. Welcome, Tara. Nice to see you.
And she's joining us in
doing?
Crazy early time zone. What time is it over there?
Right now, we just hit 2:10 in the morning.
Oh, wow. Okay. So next up, in a more civilized time zone, we have Pamela Schöbes, chairperson of the Club Commission Berlin and co-owner of the Club Gretchen, right here from Germany. Welcome, Pamela.
Hello.
And next one, we have all the way from Brazil, Marco Element. He is the co-founder of DM7 Bookings and also co-founder of Adana Festival. Welcome, Marco. Thank you for being with us.
Hello, everybody.
And just to say, Marco is currently experiencing a storm since yesterday in Brazil and in the spot where he is. So there might be glitches and things happening. We are on it, conversing with climactic gods at the moment, at their mercy though. And finally, I would like to welcome Charlie Dolman, Director of Operations of Burning Man, joining us from US, experiencing a lot of political drama at the moment.
A lot of political
Welcome,
drama.
Charlie.
Hi, hello, everybody.
Thank you for being with us, Charlie. And I would like to say that the full bio of our guests is in the chat box, so please check it out. There is lots of links there where you can learn more about their projects and the different initiatives that they're connected to. And so instead of reading the bios, we would like to ask them to share something about what they love about working in the project that they work for. So also to feel in what kind of, what is that makes them come alive by doing what they do. Tara, what would you like to share with us?
It's a big question. I think similarly to anyone who works in these independent reveling events, which were so well described before, is that sense of community, and that kind of has a duality to it. It's the community you have with your co-workers and the people behind the scenes who you work with to put together shows. But it's also the community who attends, and I think what makes me really excited, or what's kept me doing what I'm doing, is seeing those reactions for the first time and the beginnings of community, seeing people who've never maybe been to a festival before or to a show, and just that joy, as I said, of just that taking hold for the first time. I suppose it's kind of like chasing a dragon, as you can't take yourself back to never having been to a festival before, but you can see it you can see the reaction on other people's faces and create it for them.
All right, so I would say the same question over to Pamela. What do you love most about what you do?
So I'm a club owner together with my partner since more than 20 years now, and especially due to the Corona thing, we just both realized why we love doing what we are doing. And it's, first of all, it's because of the music. So we really do it because of the music, for the artists. We love to support artists and see them growing. It's a fascinating thing, and it makes you feel happy if people are getting more and more successful, for one thing. Then the next thing is to experience new styles of music. So because we do a lot of different types of electronic music, for example, but also other things in concerts, and it's fascinating to see how different styles of music can match together and create something new. But what we are actually missing the most at the moment, and this is the biggest part which carry us since the whole more than 20 years now, is to see people being happy in the club. So it's really that the moment when the artist is playing and the crowd and the club is just rising arms because the music is just shooting them somewhere, I don't know. This is the moment where we still get goosebumps from, and this is actually the part where we get the energy from. This is why we are doing it, seeing people getting crazy and getting energy, and it's actually the most thing what we are missing at the moment in an empty club.
Yeah, tell us about it. Missing that moment very much. And so, Marco, what would you like to share about this?
Well, I think the thing that I love the most is because I didn't choose to do what I do it today. I started by party like everybody else. Then I started to pay. Then I started to organize events. Then came the agents and everything. And I start to look for everything in with different point of views. I wanted to bring to people what I expect for the organizers that to bring for me, like as a party, as a DJ, as everything. So in a way, for me to work with everything that we do it here, it's my life. It's the way that I choose it. It's the way that life choose me to do it. It's what make me happy, what make me sad, but especially to work as a community, to make something with someone else, you know, to don't make something for yourself, to bring, to construct things together, you know, this is the thing that I love the most, to be doing what I'm doing today.
Wow, thank you, Marco. What about you, Charlie? I mean, also you are a UK, you are someone from Britain working in the United States. What thrills you about it?
So I, the same as Marco, and I think many of us, the journey of life brought me to kind of where I am, and there was a lot of serendipity of opportunities arising and just happening. But I think why I do what I do is because of the community, because of the challenges, because of the joy that I get working with all of the family, you know, in the organization and in the community. There was when Larry Harvey was the founder of Burning Man, and he passed away a year and a half ago now, I believe. And we got a lot of letters from people from all over the world. People emailed in, thousands of them actually, and every single one of them said, "You changed the course of my life." And what Burning Man does for people, and what was written in all of those letters, was the catalyst to some major life change, moment of realization, personal growth, whatever the individual version of it was. And that's why I do what I do, because it's really great to help people. It's fantastic, the opportunity to help people learn and grow and be more, whatever that means for them.
I would jump in and also answer the question, just because I'm looking down at my wrists, and whenever I'm sad, I can look down at my wrists and see this, and it's just like a little calendar of memories, and it just makes me happy when I'm really sad. And I would like to know what Chiara has to say about this as well.
I've been going to Boom since 2004, so this has been really something that has shifted my life to a direction that felt like the direction that I needed to go in my life. So what I like about it is to feel that specifically my role in Boom is co-curating with Ivan now the program of Liminal Village, the cultural area of Boom Festival, is to be able to trigger those conversations and to bring those topics, and to then also, in the time when the festival is not happening, to travel and to look for the speakers and to listen to all the new kinds of all the relevant things that need to be spoken about in this scene. So it's a constant source. It's never tiring and it's never boring. So also this is what I love. It's always this constant discovery and constant possibility to foster those conversations that are important and relevant.
All right, so I'm hearing community, music, togetherness, art, joy, expression. All of these things are, there's commonalities in what everybody's saying. So just to say that the area or the field in which we all are connected to, either because of our livelihoods or our life projects or pet projects, it's also something that gets a lot of negative publicity. It's misunderstood or seen as something that is not really serious work. So I'm just trying to say that I think these are quite fundamental things about being human. Things like community and art and expression and joy and dance and movement and healing and finding all of this. So whoever's listening and is already has a total bias, maybe reconsider. So one thing that we wanted to start with is acknowledge that we are going through a bit of a shakeup with COVID-19 and this global situation that has thrown a wrench into the mechanisms of a lot of people's plans. And so I would like to ask, again, everybody to share a little bit about what's happened in your life personally, and also in the lives of your projects or enterprises over these past months. And just to add a little bit of kind of lightness and maybe give you a resonance, we're going to throw up a couple of memes. The first one, let's see if we can get it up there, or will I know if it's up there or not?
It was
Technology
there.
is not helping me here.
It was there.
Okay, so I'm gonna for the optically impaired, I will also describe the meme. So the meme has basically a man who looks quite like me, just with more stains on his shirt, with it's his infant son in a room, and he says, "In the olden days when we used to go raving, ... and then his partner is at the door, and she says, "Dave, it's been a week." And I really do remember this moment in lockdown when we were already going through this. And then the other meme has this lovely gent with a laptop stuck down the back of his pants. He's got his headphones on, connected to his laptop, and it says, "When you're a DJ, but you need to make kebabs to make ends meet." Let's throw it up on there if it's not there. I mean, I'm seeing the other meme now.
It's there.
But it's commentary about how difficult it has been for artists to continue living. This was the reality for a lot of artists before COVID. It just became a lot more difficult during the pandemic. So I would give the floor to Tara, and let us know how has it been for you over these past 5 months.
Sure. I think personally, it's been quiet, a lot more quiet than usual. When things first started to arise, we thought that the smartest thing to do would be to make a few stage gates of saying, look, it's March now. We have an event in late November. We normally launch in June. Let's make some decisions and say, if we're seeing certain conditions, then this is when we'll cancel, or this is when we'll go to the next stage of planning. And we spoke to everyone in the team quite early about that, but I think the perceptions earlier on were that this would be like a very short spell of time. And now it's kind of evolved to a point where we've definitely postponed or cancelled doing anything in 2020 at all. But the Australian context has been quite fortunate, I think, for people who are in a creative community, at least in the short term. And that's only because the government has provided a program of support where anyone who has been an independent sole trader, they call it, or people who work for themselves, which includes most artists, most events professionals, has been on a sort of crisis funding of $3,000 a month, which is not necessarily like enough to do really well with your life, but it's kind of holding people over, and it's holding a lot of businesses over. And that's definitely in place until the end of September and has been extended then again to March. So from our perspective, I mean, we're really lucky that we are an organization that's focused on just one show. We don't do multiple shows, we don't do club shows, we really just have this one festival. And we don't have any permanent staff. Like, we have some really incredible people who work in our team, but literally every single person has other vocations. They either work on a wide range of shows, or they have a different sort of pursuit in life as an artist or a manager in some other capacity. So there's been a safety net, I suppose, provided, which is comforting for the moment. But on an emotional level, I think that there's a lot of people who are tumbling a little bit and really starting to question what the future holds and where their place is in it. Like, is there, should they just be holding out for this pause, or is there going to need to be a big direction change in their lives, in what they spend their time doing? And I think that's the scarier part, is we're all like, taken care of for the moment. We take care of each other, but it's that question of what is the long term going to look like. That's the unknown.
Many of us share those feelings of uncertainty and let's see what's next. And this is also why it was important to have this conversation that sometimes Ivan calls it like our group therapy session, so that we can listen to each other's sharing the same kind of difficulties and the same sense of uncertainty. And so, Pamela, would you like to add something to this? How were your past 5 months, and how were they different from another kind of 5 months that happened before?
Yeah, it's really difficult how to start with. I just realized that the last 4 or 5 months were so long and so many things happened. It feels like being in the situation since more than a year now, because we had so much to do and so many struggles with so many things. It's just actually unbelievable that it just has been March when all the shit started. So where to start with? When we got the sign from our local government that we are not allowed to open anymore, that was actually the point where we club owners in Berlin realized that we definitely should not open anymore, because we realized that it's too dangerous inside the club. So we were looking for solutions. How can we stay closed? And how would that work? Because of course you have some contracts with artists, with agencies. How can we deal with that? But then the government also decided that we have to close because it's too dangerous. And I think the first thing what came into my mind was that I'm going to have a couple of chilling weeks with a lot of sleep, what I usually don't have, and a lot of good food, and maybe some tea instead of like eyes like that. So because we are running a club, we are in the club almost every night and we do everything by ourselves. And then everything was completely different. Within the first 10 days, I lost 3 kilos because of too much work. Because the moment when you realize that you have put money into your account to pay the bills for the last time, and there's no further money coming for the next couple of weeks, but you have a look at your accounting things and you see what you have to pay within the next days, is a really difficult moment to realize that the money is gone, no money is coming, but you have to pay rent, you have to pay energy, you have to pay this, that, the stuff and everything. So that was really, really difficult. So the first thing actually I tried to do was to skip everything and to inform everybody that I'm not able to pay any bills anymore. And they have to live with it, because the money is not coming from anywhere. And that was the first thing. The second thing was realizing, what about the stuff? Because at the beginning, we haven't had enough money to pay our stuff at the end of the month, because I used all the money I had to pay the bills before. And usually there would have come money in to pay the stuff. So we were talking to the staff and tried to figure out who needs money to pay the rent, who has enough money to do that without us, and how can we deal with this? Then we started just announcing everywhere that we need financial help, like with PayPal, and we put our account numbers in the internet to hope that people spend money, and they did. That was the first really, really good thing, we realized, everybody here in Berlin realized that there's a huge community out there who immediately understood that we are really much in trouble, and they spent money, and that actually helped us to pay our stuff and to come over the first month. And then the first funding program also came where we could benefit from. Sorry. So that worked. We were still staying in contact with our staff and try to help wherever it's necessary. And then I'm not only a club owner, I'm also pretty active as in a kind of like political way with the club commission. So we started actually before the shutdown of the clubs. I wrote my first paper to the local government to give them a sign that we are going to get in trouble with the pandemic situation because we are not going to earn enough money to pay our bills. So since I think March 11th or March 12th, I'm working on these political situations. I try to convince local government and our German government together with others. During the lockdown we had, everybody was in the same boat. But now, more or less, all the other people in other industries or whatever, they could start slowly doing something, but we are still closed. So we are the first ones which were closed by the government, and we are still not open, and we are definitely going to be the last ones, and nobody knows when it is. So we also expect at the moment that we have to stay closed for the whole year. So within the first 10 days or 2 weeks, we already shifted 120 events like concerts and club nights from March till July to first, we started doing it into the direction of August, September, October this year, but now we are already taking all these 120 events and started shifting them to next year. Also still not knowing if that will be possible because we have a huge international program. So we work together with a lot of international artists, and nobody knows if they will be able to tour, if they will be able to travel. So I don't know, the situation is really, really difficult, but it's not that I'm not having to do anything. It's the opposite. It's so, I really love working, and I'm definitely a workaholic, but I didn't know before that it's possible doing even more and doing this much. I think in the first 2, 3, 4 weeks, I had to put my battery, I think 4 times a day from my phone. I had to load it 4 times a day because it was empty, because I was just on the phone trying to organize whatever.
This was totally true for me at the same time in like April when I had my friends going, oh, but you work, like all your events were canceled. You must have like a great time off now. And I was like, yes, exactly that. We're not scrambling to come up with alternatives and going nuts with 10 times the workload. It was crazy. I mean, also with Chiara, we didn't know when AM and PM was anymore. So yeah, it was definitely not time off, which is why we're going a bit cuckoo now at the end of July. So I would also like to acknowledge that in Europe, nevertheless, we have it pretty easy compared to some other parts of the world. And Marco, give us a little bit about the reality in Brazil.
Well, I have 2 sides of the coin to say it here. From one side, I don't even need to explain what's happening in the political situation here, because everybody's seeing the news about our president, about the deaths and everything. We had 9,000 deaths now, and it's been 4 months that we are locked in the house, and we still don't have like a solid plan from the government to help the artists, to help the people that work with the events. I take notes of some numbers because they are too big for me to remember here. Just to give you an idea about how big is the country, we have just connected with the events around 2 million people that has jobs connected with the events, and half of them has been fired since the beginning of the pandemic stuff. 50% of the events that's supposed to happen in Brazil is canceled till next year, and we are saying about 1 1.9 million people that lose their jobs. From as far as I know, all the agencies that is working in Brazil already fired 90% of their employees. And by the time that we had the news of the lockdown, the first one that was in 13th of March here, the first thing that came to my mind is, okay, we have 15 regular works here, and we have around 300 that's independent works that work with us at the events. I also have 70 artists of the biggest ones in the world that as families to feed. I also have a family, most of all. And for me, the first thing that came to my mind was how we're gonna survive, what we're gonna do it. It's a lot of people that needs help now, and we know that we don't gonna have this help from the government now, because the country is too big. There's a lot of corruption. I know that there's good people inside that try to help, but most of the time we need to do it as we're doing with our events, independent, you know. We try to help each other. We try to be everybody safe, and especially we are trying to be mentally healthy now, to think about solutions that can be done in the future, you know. And it's hard to say. For example, I have a kid in the house. In a way, it's very good to be with him. He's 1 year old. Everything is magical in this time. But we cannot say that this pandemic is good for us to be with the family, because we don't have mentally resource to be with the family. We don't have everything that we work for to go around and enjoy the family as should be. So the first thing for me is to recover my mental state, you know, to think about solutions and to think about ideas, especially fresh ideas, to make things that has never been done before, you know, new stuff, to make the artists make some money in the house without doing live acts like everybody else, you know, but something solid for the future. We are looking for plans to bring safe for everything that's connected with the events, from the small workers to the big artists, for everybody, you know. So we are looking for alternatives like this, you know, to have how feed the families in the end of the month, if you can say in a simple word, you know.
I just wanted to ask you, Marco, just to be clear. So the Brazilian government will not give any fundings to the...
Look, they gave for the people, for everybody, you know. They start to like an emergency plan, because you know that there's a lot of poor in Brazil, you know, like big ones, people starving. So they gave 600 reais, which is regular to make the supermarket in the end of the month, let's say, for most of the people, you know, but not everybody. But for connected from the artists, they still making plans at the Congress, how they're gonna help them. But again, with the numbers that I make the research here, with this big number, there's nothing that you can do it, you know. It's a lot of people. It's impossible to help everybody, you know. I can understand this point as well, but yes, we don't have any help from the government, nothing.
Thank you, Marco, for sharing that. I remember the first time we talked about this with me, you, and Ivan. For me and Ivan was also an important reality check point where we realized, where we could touch practically what is this differential of privilege that exists in the underground scene. So even if we are one big family, there are these differences, and they can impact the life of different creative projects in very different ways. So thank you for sharing about that. We will go more into that also when we will speak at the end of possible future scenarios. But so now let's hear something from Charlie about what has happened for him.
Stateside.
So hi everyone. I think I want to echo what Pamela said. the whole idea that when the COVID hit, people were just sitting at home binge watching Netflix was just not a reality at all. And we got extremely busy trying to figure out how best to support the community, how best to keep the business going, and how best to, in terms of making sure there's money there and that the brain trust is kept intact, and how to support people, how to try to be human through it. Like probably many of us, the events are a family. We're a community of people, and everybody has very different circumstances, and trying to take account of everybody's different personal situation, and then somehow create a framework that allows the community to help each other and to support each other, whilst balancing business needs. And the fact that there's no money at the same time is been challenging. When we cancelled the event in, I don't know, a while ago, I can't remember now, we had to get to give all the ticket money back because there's no event, so we have to give the ticket money back. So we asked people for donations. Would you mind donating the ticket money and keeping it? Some people said, well, can't you just roll it over to next year? And the problem with that is that there's expenses between now and then, so you just wind up in a hole next year. So we said we don't want to put that off till later, but people were generous, and we got some donations from that. But we really tried to figure out how we could best support our community. And it's been an interesting journey because, quite honestly, like you, Marco, the US is a mess. The US is a real mess. There's not really any other word to describe it. There are places that you can go where people will literally beat you up if you're wearing a mask. It's insane. It's completely insane. The support from the government has been from my own personal perspective, has been bizarre. I appreciate the $1,200 check, but a one-time $1,200 check is signed personally by the president is not that helpful, or at least has a very limited time impact. And as of next week, the extended unemployment benefits are going to expire. So, because the Congress of the United States has yet to figure out what happens after the end of July, which was the initial kind of first phase that they thought. So as of next week, some 25 million people will go from $600 a week unemployment benefit to $200 a week unemployment benefit, which is going to have a profound impact on a lot of people and businesses and housing and homelessness and all the other things. And so, it's funny, we love what we do and we see the value of it, but we also recognize that on the one hand, the work we do is more important now than it's ever been because it provides that kind of light and hope and connection and joy. But on the other hand, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, this stuff, like, people are trying to literally just feed their families and keep roofs over their heads. So how to kind of balance making sure that the basic needs are taken care of, and what we do, which is really kind of a higher level, it's a privilege for in many ways of thinking about it. And so it's how to be sensitive when you're trying to raise money to keep your business together with the fact that people are struggling to pay their rent. So it's been hard. You said the weeks feel like months. Yeah, and months feel like years. Yeah, it's a real thing right now. We just had schools have all been shut again through. Well, they've initially said it's going to be 4 weeks, and we're all just being like, yeah, 4 weeks. That's never going to be a thing. They're going to be shut through Christmas, so at least. Yeah, it's a lot. And for many of us, this is my first year in 20 years, at least 20, 25 years, without an event this summer. So on the one hand, it's like, oh my God, time and space, but we can't go anywhere and no one's got any money. So yeah, it's not a recipe for happiness.
What are you going to do with this first event-free year and limited resources?
I don't know. I don't know because it's past next week and I haven't got past next week yet. So yeah, things are changing so fast all the time. The political climate is changing. The COVID environment is changing. The how the government is interacting with business and the impacts that that's having on our work is changing. We're still in the process of, with Burning Man, trying to deal with the problems that we have with the federal government. So that is also a piece of work that's kind of ongoing. So there's just a lot of, so I've got 10 days in my calendar. And after that, it's a guess.
And that's a big take-home message that we're all, and this is again the group therapy part, because we're all seeing that we don't know what's going on. We can't really plan much. My answer to the question that I put to you is the same. So at least there's some common ground there that's, I guess, a little therapeutic. And I would like us to dive into, which also Charlie just segued us into this. What are the situations in everybody's country, and what are the different obstacles? Maybe what's the major obstacle that the independent scene, if there is an independent scene or an independent underground scene in your country, funding or regulations, or what is happening with the community? Is there fragmentation? Is there solidarity? But like the main point for you guys, and I'm going to also put a little meme up, not me, but our tech wizards. So the first one, which is one of our personal favorites, has the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, announces no more nightclubs until there's a vaccine. And then it says me, the person who identifies with this reaction. It's like a young Snoop Dogg in a Center for Disease Control lab, doing research as fast as possible to get those nightclubs opened. And the second meme has the government announcing that open air parties may be possible, because it's been gray zone up until now. And then there's the reaction from the Berlin clubs, which the giant crane removing the roof from Berghain in order to turn it into an open air venue. So just a little bit of juice and inspiration. Yeah.
So maybe I start, because I didn't reply to the first questions, because I actually wanted to say something about Boom. And so I'm going to merge the two questions and also share a bit about what's happening in the Boom reality. And so the event, we decided to reschedule the event at the end of March. And so yeah, since then, I mean, also I share personally that it has been a lot more work. At the beginning, I also thought, maybe now I can relax. And it was a lot of planning and replanning and imagining different scenarios and trying to do this exercise of looking into the crystal ball and trying to figure out what's going to happen in 6 months or 8 months, and how Boom could still be relevant for our global community. And so first of all, of course, we took care of the legal process of how to reschedule, taking care of the rights of the Boomers, but then also to take care of the workers that were about 100, the long-term workers that were working in that moment. And so for that, we could benefit partially from the layoffs organized by the Portuguese government. And for those who could not benefit of those layoffs, Boom itself provided for some financial support. And so after that was taken care of, then also we moved into organizing different kinds of initiatives, and we started live streaming music on a weekly basis on the Unite platform to support artists and labels, but we also started a series of different cultural inputs through the PodQuest series curated by me and Ivan, but also through a series of bi-weekly interviews that are called Boom Toolkit for COVID-19. And also we just actually kickstarted the Boom Bazaar, that is a way of using the Boom Festival website to create a trading platform where the small community of people that live on making handicrafts, that usually their main source of income is through selling at festivals, so they can use our platform to sell. And also it's a chance for us to experiment with conscious trading. And on the side of, like, let's say the backstage side, as soon as the lockdown was eased, we could have a small team of people in the Boomland, lucky them, and they went on with fixing the infrastructure, getting it ready for hopefully 2021. So toilets, showers, piping, and this was all taken care of. And then we also took the time. This is one of the opportunities, I have to say, that as festival producers we had, to have more time to think about how to downscale the production process and the whole building of structures, how to reduce resources, how to optimize also manpower, and to understand how to streamline the whole production and building process in a way that is more efficient, more sustainable. And this, I guess, was one of the good things about having this time off. And so, yeah, in terms of the situation in Portugal, it's not a particularly rich country, so also the cultural side of the economy is suffering at the moment. And but at the same time, especially in Portugal, the local economy actually is quite relying on large-scale events. If you think about the football games, for example, the same amount of people that fills a stadium is the amount of people that come to Boom. And so we are also collaborating at the moment. So there is a push on the side of the government to create regulations and protocols for these large-scale events to happen. And so we are in talks, for example, with a high-profile scientific foundation in Lisbon to create testing protocols so that we can figure out ways, systems to create safe, large-scale events. And so this was possible also because Boom is 20 years old. And so we've been building up our reputation as an important international event in Portugal. And so that we can sit at that table and co-create the new regulations also that would respect some of our values. So I tried to be short.
Yeah, no, and it's good to get input also on what's happening in Portugal. And it is another situation where anybody who has been against harm reduction over these past years with regards to the war on drugs can now suck it, because we're realizing the importance of harm reduction in terms of hygiene and all of the other things that are trying to limit deaths. Conspiracy theories aside. So I would also like to pass the mic to Tara, and to get us a little bit deeper into the Australian reality and strawberry fields specifically, what's been going on.
I think we kind of sit at the pointy end of regulations, being a multi-day camping festival in a remote location, where it's predominantly people from outside that location coming to it from capital cities, from other states, from overseas. So we've been lucky enough as well, like nowhere near 20 years with Boom, but having done what we do for over a decade, we are part of quite regular conversations with state-based regulators, federally based regulators on what the guidelines are supposed to be, or what the landscape is evolving to be for events. That conversation was progressing like reasonably well until about 2 months ago or 6 weeks ago, when there was a sort of a new spike in cases. But essentially the the health regulators and planning regulators in Australia see the value of events. I think they definitely understand the value of events. There's just a general anxiety, I suppose, for that first event to happen. And that's something that we've seen and heard from other festivals in other states as well, where the regulators just don't want to draw lines in the sand as to this is going to be okay, this is not going to be okay, this date's going to work, this entrance procedure is going to work, this mask protocol, this ticketing procedure. There's been a lot of sort of indications of what would be a better practice, but no one's really sort of drawn hard lines in the sand on what the rules are. And then more recently, there was a spike in cases in Melbourne, in Australia, which has really spooked a lot of people off what the timeline horizon is. I think originally people were thinking events would start to come back online around September, October, and that's kind of now been pushed out to more December, January, maybe even later. At the same time, there isn't any certainty being provided by state planning authorities. So a lot of events are on multi-year authorities. So they've already got a piece of paper which says you're allowed to run this show every year for the next few years. But it comes down to an annual process of stakeholders then also saying these are the rules for this year. And so far, no one wants to do that because it's really unclear what the state of play will be in 6 months' time or 8 months' time. So for us, we really decided that the best thing we can do, the most responsible thing we can do is wait. And that means that we can't do our normal show in November. We'll hopefully be able to do it next year. We haven't picked a date or anything like that, but there's a level of respect, I think, that we're conscious of, like, especially because we're in a regional community which has stayed fairly untouched by the virus, and there's always this play, I suppose, of like supporting that community, which we are really involved in, and we do everything we can to support it through grant programs, through engagement programs, but also respecting their space, because the idea of saying, can we bring 10,000 people, 12,000 people here right at the beginning of summer, which would have been the first show to happen for the year, was, I think, a bit scary to some people in that area and to police and stakeholders in that area. So, you know, for us personally, it's definitely meant that we're not running until at least 2021. But in terms of the state of play in Australia, I mean, it's really case by case. Like, there was a festival that has announced for January and is normally about 10,000 people, but they're a one-day event. So they, you know, maybe 12 p.m. till 10 p.m. and it's sold out within 24 hours. So there's huge demand from the public to be able to go back to music and experience those feelings that we all spoke about in the beginning of, like, you know, just exuberance. But at the same time, there's no way that the state planning authority has told that show what they need to do. Like, that show's just really taken the plunge and said, you know, better something than nothing. We'll take it as it comes. But it's still really unclear what the rules are. And then a lot of different concepts have been thrown around as to the rules being quite manageable versus very extreme. And the other thing is insurance. So obviously it's impossible to insure a cancellation at this stage related to COVID. So any event is really taking that risk now on a huge scale.
Well, maybe we're also just now putting a hole in the insurance industry as is, which is also deeply problematic. But also in relation to this, Pamela told us last time, if social distancing rules are to be kept in a club like Gretchen, how would that work in practice?
Yeah, it's for the club owners. I think it's a different situation as for festivals, although it's actually the same situation that everything is cancelled. But so here in Germany, we have the rule right now that club indoor is not allowed. And we already got a lot of signs from various politicians that they will keep the rule of that people have to keep social distance with 1.5 meters. This will stay a long time with us. So this social distance thing, 1.5 meter, one person to another person, will go with us for a couple of months. And even if we would have get a permission to open indoor, this is what Ivan meant, is we can put 36 people in our club, and we usually have between 400 up to 800. So I think you don't have to a degree of A in mathematics. Everybody can see that 36 people, that will not work financially on the first hand side. So we are not able to help the club survive. And of course, it's also the atmosphere. 36 people in a big room like this is going to be pretty strange as well. So the situation here is that when the lockdown came, we immediately started thinking about things like exit strategies. So what can we do with the clubs to get out of this? What can we do that we are able to open the club again and be safe with the virus anyway? But then everybody learned 1 week after another something new about the virus. So we realized the situation with the breathing and I don't know the word in English, but here it's called aerosol. So when you breathe, you're distributing the virus much more, especially inside, so it stays in the room. So we realized, okay, the virus is going to stay in the room. We have to wear masks, you have to have the distance. And we were circling around and trying to find a solution how to reopen again. And I think after 2 or 3 months, we just realized, I mean, we knew at the beginning, but we were really trying hard to find something to make the club scene survive. But we need to come to the end point that it's not possible to open and to have club culture as long as we have the situation with the 1.5 meter distance, because it's not working financially and it's not working from the atmosphere. And this is different to the outdoor situation. So to give something to the politicians who were, of course, also asking us, because we were just asking for fundings. We just told them we can't do anything, but we need the money because we have to pay a lot of rent. And especially in Berlin, we have the situation of gentrification anyway. So it's anyway difficult to keep the rooms because the rents are getting higher and higher, and people are looking for buildings to make something luxury and very expensive out of it. So it's completely different than 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it was really easy. We had a lot of buildings where nobody knew who's the owner. So we just took the place. And this is why Berlin is so special with the club scene, because we were able to do so many experiments and we were so free. But the situation completely changed. If you have a room, you have to do everything to keep it because you're not going to find another one. So this puts another pressure on us, because when we are not able to pay our rent, we are going to lose the room and we are not able to find something else. So this is the really bad situation. This is where we are really asking hard for fundings. But we also wanted to give the politicians something that they see that we are kind of like creative, because usually we are creative and we are able to, whatever happens, we are normally able to find a solution. But in this case, the only solution is money to keep our venues, and there was and there is still no way to make money out of whatever. But we realized that the outdoor situation is something different, and that it's not so dangerous outdoor. So we started talking to the politicians that they should help us to explore areas within the city that we are able to present something for the community. So funny-wise, the politician thought, and I guess they still think, they want to help us because they also help us making money. But of course, it's not all the clubs are going out now and do an open air situation, and especially you cannot make money with it. But the idea, what we have as club owners, also like collectors or promoters, we really want to do something for the community because it's so necessary. We can see it in Berlin. We have a lot of illegal raves now in the parks. What is totally understandable, but as it's not organized and no one feels responsible for it, it's just people just meet in the parks and they just rave, and when they are tired they go home, and they are not having this responsibility what a promoter usually has or a club owner has. So I mean, we are used to taking the responsibility. We know that we have to organize everything around, but at the moment there are sometimes thousands of people in a park, and they bring their own boom boxes or whatever, even some bigger sound systems. And when they are done, they are just going home. So there are no toilets, there are not enough waste bins, nobody is cleaning up. So kind of like the situation in the parks is a little bit ugly at the moment for the other people who like to use the park during the daytime. So we hope, and this is what we are actually working on it together with our local government in Berlin, finding places everywhere in Berlin where people can make legal open air things, some without entrance fee, just to present something, to give the community the possibility to go out. Others with the ticket situation, whatever. So we're actually starting with this now. And there's a lot of people like to do something, and I think we all are doing it because of the community. We already figured out in this talk, and I think we all know why it's so important that there are so many people out there who really need the nighttime to get energy, who really need these kind of situations to get in contact with other people. They really need to have a break from their maybe boring daytime. So this is all those people. It's not just partying, it's they really need it. And I think this is something it's the moment to realize it better than earlier before, I think. So for everybody, for us as promoters, as club owners, festival organizers, it's kind of like, I think for me, it's also a good feeling to realize that of course, I knew that I'm doing something important. Everybody knows. So, but the feeling is getting deeper. So, and this makes me a little bit happy and a little bit proud, maybe. And there are a lot of politicians here who also see it. I mean, there are a few stupid ones who say they're just going to rave, but there are a lot of people and politicians who realize that we, the nightclub owners, that we are the one who are usually taking care of all those people. So we are the ones who are taking care of them. We invite them. We have an environment, and we are just handling them and like handling them like babies, So we just putting everything around, and they come into our house, and we took them from the streets. And this is actually something good if you really want to take something good out of the whole situation. I think this is something what we can all take with us, that we realize now how important it is doing things like what we are doing. But of course, the situation is a mess. We are still to the funding situation. We got a lot of different kind of fundings, but it's really complicated. I think Germany is well known for its bureaucracy. And this is actually a mess, but I know, and I'm super happy. I know that we are in a very, very good situation, although everything is complicated, but better having something complicated and waiting a little longer instead of being, for example, in Brazil, and I think in America, or maybe India, or wherever, where the government is not taking care at all. So I think we
Thank
have the possibility to somehow survive.
Thank you, Pamela, for stressing that part of the story that also help us to then now pass the word back to Marco that can share a bit more about the situation in Brazil.
Well, from one side, they make it simple now. We're in the middle of the hurricane now, but
Literally,
they even
also
treat,
today.
yeah, both of them. But they even start to think about regulations for the events. They make it simple. They canceled everything for this year till the carnival in February of next year. Everything is canceled. They're gonna be events after the vaccine. That's it. There is no other way. It's the way that they choose it. In a way, I think is the right way, because with the corruption, with everything that we have in the country, with the big mass of people that we have, it's impossible to create regulations that can be done in months, weeks. I don't think it's possible. So, for example, yesterday we postponed the festival that's supposed to be the New Year's Eve. But there's one good thing that the government did since the beginning, and not only for the events, but to save some companies, for example, like airline companies. If you have like a ticket that's had to be postponed for next year, you need to give the ticket back. You don't need to make the refund of these tickets. As soon you make the event 12 months later, the end of the pandemic stuff. And also we postponed the festival that's supposed to be at the end of the year for next year, which in a way for a lot of people, it's a damage because we have Universe Parallel in the same time here, each 2 years. But for us, in a way, gonna be very good, because since we spoke with them, it's a time that we need to help each other, It's a time that we need to support each other, even if we are doing a festival in the same date, if we are trying to build the scene again, It's a time for reconstruction for all of us, because 90% of the events in Brazil, there's no external resources coming inside the events. All of them is independent events, even if it's small or big or whatever. But I think it's hard for us. We are always trying to be like a guru here to try to get the future. But it's hard for us to think what's going to happen with all of them. I think most of them will be closed, will not happen anymore. And different from Berlin, here, 99% of the market, it happens like open air, in a big places and with a lot of people. Like more than 10, 15, 12,000. We have events like that every weekend. So I think for us, the safest thing now is to back when it's normal again to work, when it's safe again to work. And that's it. I think this might happen like minimum March next year, with possibility to be in May. And that's what the authorities are saying for us. That's the reality in front of us as well, I also think that this year it's done for us,
But like on a practical level, day to day, so that people don't really get hungry, if they're really not able to earn money, what is happening? Are people just relying, like families coming to live closer together, to get like more density, fewer apartments? Is there going to be an increase in crime? Because I know that that's what would be on my mind if I am not able to.
It started already.
I'd be like, all right,
It started already.
Okay.
It started there's some states that the criminality, we can say, raised 30% from last year. They start to check the numbers now because look, the economic situation here is a disaster. The dollar jumped from 3 to 6 for one. The euro is almost 7. It's like, wow. Just to give you an example, to bring 2 international artists, the small ones for the guy to take 1,500 euros home here, I can buy a car. It's impossible, a teacher, a cop, they take like the minimum salary here is not enough for them to give money for the kids to go to the party. And we need to face the reality, because the average of the ages that the people go to the party here, 70% they're young. They're from 18 to 25, So they don't have regular jobs. They're still students. So that's the engine of the events here now, is the young ones. And I know that they don't gonna have money to go to the parties. We don't gonna have parties enough maybe to feed all the big mass that is expecting, that needs to go rave every week, let's say, mentally. So the criminality, the companies, it's a big disaster, but especially it's a time to reinvent ourselves, to start it again. We have a lot of, let's say, national artists here, good ones enough to start to build the scene outside, without depending on international artists and everything. We can start to build the scene again by ourselves here, and that's what I think that's going to happen for the next 2 years minimum.
Well, I think reinventing is something we want to focus on in the time that remains. But before, I would just want Charlie to give us the input on what's happening in the United States of mayhem at the moment. And I love that, like, a man with an English accent is giving this the social critique of the U.S., because it's like the forefathers. It's like just George Washington being super disappointed in how things turned out.
Well, and some people have said, well, why don't you leave the US and go back to the UK? And yeah, that's a whole other conversation. So here, so we all know that events have been put in phase 4, the kind of last stage of opening. With regards to Nevada, where the event is, there is nothing yet. Everybody's dealing with right now. Their ability to foresee into the future is small, and there's no official guidelines coming out about how you would run an event. There's all kinds of things around. You've seen from the CDC various things about opening schools and all other things, which again are also changing by the week according to the political wind. And you can extrapolate how those might be applied to an event. But it's like Australia. Every state is doing things differently. Some states are opening up and going for it gung ho. There are events happening. Some of those events are selling out. Some of them are having no one go at all. Many other states have closed everything down. In California, it's literally county to county. Some counties are completely locked down, and then you go to the next county and you get this insulted for wearing a mask and don't you trample my rights. So it's super all over the place. And honestly, it just makes people kind of scared. People are either scared for their rights being trampled, or they're scared they're gonna die from COVID. So there's this kind of polarity of where people are at, and all the phases in the middle. In terms of government support, there's been a government loan program. I think it's interesting to see. It's probably not a huge surprise that many large mega corporations were able to scoop up a lot of money. The Catholic Church, bless its cotton socks, managed to represent each church as an independent small business. And so they snapped up hundreds of millions. I have no idea. I can't remember the number. Very large as a business in trouble. And what happened for many people was that the regulations around the terms of the loans was so complex that people wound up just giving the money back. And at one time, the program was receiving more money back than it was paying out, because people were just like, I don't want to take that loan. I don't understand what's going to happen to me at the point whenever that, like, it just was too complicated and not understandable. So there's still money left in that fund. Businesses are going out of people, companies are going out of business, and there's money left because it's too complicated. So that tells you where the government support is at. You know, I think for many of us, 2020 is completely off the cards. That's been and said and done. You know, Burning Man has people that come from all over the world, from every single state in the United States, and there's no way to really put, you know, common sense would say, so you do hand washing and you do social distancing and you do masks. With in the club, Pamela, there's no way to really do that in a way that provides for a meaningful or allows for a meaningful experience. And, you know, even if there was and we could afford it, you wouldn't want to do it, right? So 2020 is completely off the cards.
Well, we had it in the Victorian era. It wasn't great.
2020.
Social distancing.
Oh, right.
Social distancing, decorum rules. It was not a great vibe.
It wasn't great. Yeah, it didn't really. That was then. We're right now, and so as an organization and a community, we're trying to think about how do we get back out of bed again. How do you with all of this uncertainty, what does a future event look like? Because you have to. So with Burning Man, we have all the work that we do as an organization, and then we have all the work that the community does to bring all of the stuff that they bring. We have thousands of groups bring things from all over the world, and they spend months and, you know, a lot of their own money planning together and coming together and generating stuff and building things to bring. So we have to not only figure out our own ramp, which is about, you know, a 5,500 person organization with about 15 different government agencies and permits and a ton of legal compliance and, you know, very complex operating systems, how to get all that up and respect the people at the same time. And at the moment, it's a challenge, because how could you leave the decision as long as possible, but invest the money that you need to get off the ground? And where does that money come from if you know that you might have to cancel and give the money back? And when you know that some operating processes take over 6 months to spin up, some of them take like kind of 9 months because of the size and complexity of them. And yet 9 months is way long for making any kind of prediction around what COVID is going to be. And so, we're trying to imagine what the on-ramp to the event looks like. And then also something that, Chiara, you said, we also have this golden opportunity, you know, and in America, we've just recently experienced, and in some places still are experiencing, really major protests around Black Lives Matter. They happened all over the world as well. It's been amazing, the awakening that has happened for so many people who have previously existed in a place of privilege and have suddenly recognized that privilege and been able to stand up for those that don't have it in all the forms that takes. You know, and in some cases, in some cities, so if we all know about, I don't know if you know about Portland, President Trump has sent in what people are calling stormtroopers to go and squash this protest, and rather than abating it, they're actually making everything very significantly worse, which honestly, it seems to me must be deliberate, because it's not rocket science to figure out exactly when you send people with guns in to stop people who are angry. You don't, it's not the way forward. But how can we as an organization, with all of the difficulties about understanding the on-ramp, with all of the situations related to the business, how can we use the opportunity to reframe what Burning Man is? Burning Man is a social movement, for want of a better way of putting it. The participatory element of people bringing and creating and sharing and gifting is profound. And when we come out of this, how can we better face the issues that our society and our culture is, and the world is looking at right now and facing head on? We are dealing with a pandemic right now. In 2 years' time, maybe whenever, a year's time, the pandemic will have gone. But after that will come another pandemic. And in the meantime, we have global warming. Global warming is going to create a catastrophe well beyond what we're currently experiencing. And we have to take this opportunity to think about how we, as responsible custodians of culture and people's intention and energy, how can we help lead the way towards a path that's more sustainable in the future, and recognize the issues that have happened in the past with inequality, and look at diversity, inclusion, and reframe everything that we do to address those two major social issues, which is challenging at a time when people are struggling for the basics, but it's also really, really, really important. So, yeah.
This is boot camp for resilience. This is it.
Right.
This is like resilience boot camp this whole year.
Yeah.
And let's see.
We were talking about this actually with Ivan the other day, that this is, in a way, it's an invitation from the universe or whoever in the name of it, for all of us to rethink what we do, to really stick to our principles, to understand what our values are, how to put them in practice, but also in this process of reframing, downscaling, and understanding how to make what we've been doing until now, even in a more sustainable way, socially, resourcefully, so that we can then be ready for the next challenges that we will have to face anyway later. And in a way, at least speaking for myself from the point of view of curating the cultural program of the Boom, we've been aware that these systems, not system, but systems were going to collapse sooner or later. This pandemic has been the trigger, but if it was not this, it was going to be in a few years, maybe the environmental catastrophe. So we've been already working at finding alternative solutions, even, creating the system in Boom of compost toilets for 45,000 people. This was a way to address the possibility of the fall of the systems. And so this gives us one more potential to be able to deal with what's happening and to find the resources to deal with it. Ivan.
And one of the things that Charlie also mentioned about the police, peak moment in June, a potentially illegal gray zone party was being thrown in Hasenheide. It was one of the first ones before they started getting really messy. And when the police came in...
Hasenheide is a park in Berlin.
The police came in and the whole crowd started chanting spontaneously. Everybody kind of joined in with dun 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 dun, Imperial March from Star Wars. And it was an amazing moment of solidarity of like, hey, no need to come into the space like horrible crimes are being committed. People are just dancing and having a good time. This is also radically reframing how armed officers are coming into a space. It's a bit surreal that like how people are being treated as criminals when all they're doing is really trying to have fun, even though maybe some things are being violated in a space where laws are not very clear as well, which also needs to be taken into account. So yes, we're radically rethinking things. And Pamela's point about now going through this, something that's been taken away, you realize it's worth. And for me, this is an essential part of my being. If it's taken away, I feel sick. And the point that a lot of people have raised about mental health is that, yes, this is not just raving for people. For some people, it's therapy, real deep, soulful therapy, because the world is a scary, disconnected place. And these are like moments that really sustain you to keep going on and going, and being a productive member of society, going onto your laptop and doing work on Monday because you've had that release. Okay, now I'm going into like rant mode. So before that happens, last set of memes, and just opening up the conversation to the future, because you've all already been taking the conversation there. So Our first meme from the last batch is we have the little boy from The Sixth Sense saying, "I see bedroom DJs live everywhere." Because we have been relying on streaming. That's all that's been available pretty much up until now. The next one is just a block of text that says, "I was playing at venues at 20% capacity before it was cool." Definitely made by a DJ. And the last one, we have 4 people in hazmat suits, like really overkill style, with a footnote that says "Clubbers in 2021." So like some visions of the future, not great. But yeah, but let's talk about the future and see if what are we forecasting? What do we want it to look like? What do we want the independent underground scene to look like if we had the choice? And I guess we'd start back at the beginning with Tara.
Sure. I mean, there's so many things I could talk about now, but I'll try and dwell on a few. I mean, what do I want to see? Personally, I think that it's a really valuable opportunity to hit the reset button in the way that like the music community, not just in Australia, but internationally collaborates and supports one another. Like I've definitely seen over the 12 years I've been doing this, like a big shift in the commerciality of the space. Even in an independent community where we don't have corporate sponsors and things like that, there is started to be such an explosion of festivals globally, so much more competition, so much more hype around artists, that the process of negotiating and all these other aspects of creating shows has become a lot more cutthroat. But during the pandemic, I feel like that's shifted and it's become a lot more we're all in the same boat. How can we help one another? We've had agents from overseas that previously were fielding millions of different inquiries for their artists from Australia, now contacting us and saying, look, the landscape's changed. Like this strict, bargain offer contract, sort of cutthroat mentality. Like, let's put that aside and actually just keep an open conversation about how we get artists playing music in your country again. And that's really refreshing. So to look forward and hope that we can sort of support each other more as an ecosystem rather than be adversaries is something I definitely look forward to, for sure. But reimagining the paradigm, I mean, in the short term, which could be a year, which could be 2 years, we're definitely thinking about alternative models to continue to play a role, even if the normal format of show that we've put on is prohibited. So, one way of doing that is we have a permanent venue, which is beautiful, which has a lot of infrastructure and is a large outdoor space, and has art installations already there, has, food stalls and composting toilets and all these things installed. And, we've been thinking about how do we use that? Do we hold series of workshops throughout the year? How do we hold more recurring, more frequent, but much smaller and sort of dynamic events there, which might serve an educational purpose, which might serve more of an artistic purpose, and they won't probably have the hands in the air dance floor moment, but they can resonate with the same community. They can try and bring people together and still inspire in a creative way, in a way that conventional society might not program still in terms of content. So we've been thinking about those models, but at the same time, like I share feelings that I think everyone here has about, if we were told from now until forever, you can only have a dance floor, you can only have an event where people are more than a meter apart, where people are wearing masks and there's all these regulations, it's deeply unappealing to me, because it seems fundamentally dichotomous with what our culture is and connecting. But at the same time, if it is going to stick around for a few years, think we kind of have a responsibility to create safe spaces for that, because as Pamela said, we've been taking care of people for a long time when nobody else would. And, you know, there was obviously a huge birth of rave culture came from anarchy, but look at where we've ended up. Like, look at where Burning Man started and look at what it is now. Like, we started as 1,000 people lawless in a paddock raving, and now we have like the highest standards of like health and safety, harm reduction, police security. Everything is controlled so that people can have freedom. And as unappealing as it is to me to like think of wearing a mask and dancing a couple meters away from someone, maybe we're the best chance society has to figure out how to make that fun. And I don't know if we figured it out yet, but it's something that like I see potentially being on the horizon, depending on how things go over the next 6 to 12 months. So yeah, that's kind of my synopsis. Is we more collaboration, more creativity in how we think about format and presence in space, and still facilitating great opportunities for people to connect.
Pamela, I mean, I can't even start touching on these because we could be here for days. I can see this already. Each one of these statements is an inquiry that all of us could sit and workshop for days, literally. But I guess harnessing some ideas now, inspiration is a good starting point. Pamela, what do you think? Also, why can't rent just be frozen? Sorry. Like, because there's like a crazy issue with landlords that have like multiple properties, and they're definitely in no jeopardy of losing money. So I do not know why policy is so slow on just freezing rent for any cultural venue, and especially on a need basis based on the landlord's situation. So if the landlord is like starving and dying and unemployed, great. But if a landlord has like 200 properties in Berlin, which is usually the case, they are going to be okay. So this is also just a little question, if you know how and why this is not more easy and why it's so complicated.
You're super right. If I would be the president or the queen of Germany, I of course would do that. I don't know why the others are not doing it, but you're right, it's the biggest problem. But regarding to the question of the future, I think it's a really difficult question. And we, so Lars and myself, we are just realizing that within this short time frame of, it's only 4 months now, we are running through so many different situations and thinking on so many different ways about the future that we already changed our minds in some things. When it started, and we were talking about, what can we do? And then some people came up with, okay, we can do live concerts with just like 20% of people we normally have. Then we made the tickets more expensive, and we sell expensive wine instead of a cheap beer. And then we will come up with enough money to pay our bills. And then we said, Lars and I said, we would never do that. And we still say we are not going to do that. But we had, at the beginning, we said, if we are not getting back what we had before the pandemic situation, it's for us, it's all about the music and the atmosphere. If we are not able to get this back because we have this distance thing with 1.5 meters, we are going to stop what we are doing and we do something completely different, because we were not able to have an idea how we can be happy with the situation without this atmosphere. So we are not able to get to imagine being in the club without having this atmosphere. We thought we are going to be too sad, and we actually run through this when we are also doing streamings twice a week. And at the meantime, it was kind of like interesting because you're struggling with the technical issues. Then you got used to it. But then there was the moment when we realized that we are just alone in the club. I mean, there's the artists, you have good music, but there's always the feeling like turning around, getting the atmosphere, and then it's empty. And you have the super light, and everything is like technically perfect. But we realized without human beings, it's not the same. and the energy is gone. So we are a bit more like Tara said. So we also learned a little bit, and we also got this idea that what I said earlier, that we are also responsible for the people, and this is also a reason why we are doing it. It's not only creating the atmosphere for the people, it's also creating spaces for people where they can be a community. And even within the streams, we have when we stream, we do it on a different platform. We're not doing it on Facebook, and there we have a chat as well. And especially on Thursdays, they're always the same people. And I think it was last week where we found out when we were chatting with each other that those people who are in the chat, they said it's a therapy. It's their therapy session being with us every Thursday from 8 till 9:30 in the internet together. But they do it together because of the music. So it's kind of like the same situation that we usually have in the club. What for us is what I think the future will bring is that we all have to be more focused on local artists because of the travel regulations. This is on the one hand side, it's a good thing that you are, I mean, we also always support local artists as well, but as Berlin is such a huge club scene with a very, very high international standard, you're also kind of like forced doing something international. So we have to all go back probably more to the local artists, which is on the one hand side good. In our situation with Gretchen, we are doing a lot of international bookings, but not especially super big names. We try to support international new styles of music which are coming from other countries. Can be African music, can be Arabic music, stuff like that. And we have to bring that into the country. And from this, our local artists are able to benefit and create new sounds as well. So this is kind of like something what is really important for us. And this is the sad point when we are not be able to be international anymore. We are probably losing international spirit and something what creates new styles and makes it more multicultural and helps also against the right wing on a political side. I mean, I think it's really important because music is something what brings so many different types of cultures together. And if we are losing the international side, it's going to be a pity, and we are not able to present different cultures anymore. And then the whole society is losing something, from my opinion. Yeah, so I actually don't know, and I'm not the one who said, oh, earlier everything was much better than today. But the club feeling we had before we had the pandemic situation was actually a good thing, and I'm still with the same point. The club culture we know and what is really important for us is not possible with social distance. So we have to create something new, but I'm not sure if we are able to create it, or if it has the same impact for the people like we had before. I'm not sure. I'm still not at the point where I'm able to imagine being somewhere listening to super cool music and being super excited and like to embrace someone. And because this is the final situation, that you are happy and you like to get closer to someone, and this is not possible. And I think,
I mean, I don't know anybody who's going to say, well, that's it, phone sex for now on. It's a substitute. That's it.
Yeah, I think for me it's really difficult, and I do not want to be too pessimistic, but I really hope that they will find medical treatments, that they find the solution for vaccination, that we are able to help especially older people and people who are more in danger than younger people maybe, so that we can somehow are able to live with it. So, but I don't know.
Thank you, Pamela, for doing this exercise with us of looking into the crystal ball with all its challenges. And yeah, you mentioned the older people as at the moment, from what we know, as a category that needs protection. But at the same time, when we think about the future, I would like also to stress the fact that we are thinking about the people that now, for example, are in their 20s. And as much as for people like us, I'm in my 40s, I'm like, okay, there's no festivals this summer. It's kind of like there is also good sides to it. But I'm also thinking about the young people and how hard it is not to have a future to look at when you're that young. And how important it is also that with the work that we do work to create that future, and we do work to give hope to the people that now are so young, and they need to be able to see that there is also someone that is worrying and taking care of their future. And so in this sense, Marco, what is your vision of how we can do what we do? We continue doing what we do so that we can take care of the future of the young people.
Well, if we're speaking about resilience is when something suffers some deformation or some challenge and back to the normal state. But I think for the first time in our lives, it's something that connects the whole world. And there's no normal state anymore. We don't know how it's going to be the normal state anymore. There will be a new normal state, but I see many problems, I see many challenges, but there's one thing that I don't see happening if we can't connect people, Music is connection. Music is responsible to connect people most of all. There's no fun to listen. There's fun, of course, to listen to the music alone, but the connection between the people there is what makes people feel that they belong to them, And I don't see events happening without this connection. I don't see solutions for this, to be honestly. But I really believe that with the vaccine probably going to happen in December, January, we will be able to connect people together again. But besides that, we are trying to find ways to support the artists, to make them think in a way that they never thought before. We're trying to find some ways to make the education for the young ones, especially in Brazil. And we are trying to find ways to survive now, let's say. And after this pandemic stuff, when we're back to the normal again, we need to think in actions that we never did before. Not only with the artists, not only with the workers, not only with the financial stuff, but think outside the box, let's say, everything will be fine again, I think it's a disaster now, but I really hope that in 6-10 months, let's say, even if in a year, we'll be able to back again, because that's what we do it. I usually to say to the guys at the festival, that's in a festival is the only place, if you don't do something, there will be someone that will do it, I think it's the only organization in the world. If you don't do something, someone will do it for you, You work. In the end, you work. We solve problems. We are not scientists, but we solve problems. We're going to do it anyway, Yeah, I hope it be like this,
So
thanks, Marco. That's it. It's like it's like a super organism. The festival always feels like a super organism, like a monster, but like a really cool one. That is, everybody is relying on each other, and whenever there are casualties of exhaustion or whatever else, there's somebody to pick you up and take care of you, like a baby. I've been in this position many times, and benefited from it massively.
True.
And and people can attest to this. But Burning Man has also been I think more so than anybody else, this laboratory for experimentation of all kinds of things. Rave is a component, but there's so many other things there. And you guys, as far as I know, have also now been advising municipalities on how to create urban environments based on what you've been prototyping out in the desert.
That's been one of the most fantastic outputs. Actually, there's a organization called the Association of Mayors, and it's all the mayors of all the cities, the major cities in the US. And we have, for the last 2 years now, been keynote speakers and invited to attend and been keynote speakers at their yearly gathering. And we've been bringing groups of mayors out to Black Rock City so that they can see how when you arrange a community with specific intention, and when you include the community in that arrangement, and when you factor, people bringing work into it and using art as a tool for civic engagement, then you can really build a positive relationships between all the different elements. And it's been truly it's been great to see these old mayors who are just kind of flipping their minds on how they can work with their communities in their cities. Burning Man is, so what's interesting is that the conversation here is we're all having the same question, which is at the heart is that human connection is the piece at the middle of everything, right? And it's at the middle of work, it's at the middle of social life, it's at the middle of personal life, it's people lived in caves in groups. It's the thing that's at the middle of it, and that's the thing that's been taken away. And we're all on screens all the time right now, and people are coming up with events, and it's great in screens, but my retinas are really suffering from just too much screen time. And I don't know what the answer is, and I don't know that anyone yet has come up with it. But what I do know is that humans are extremely resourceful and very creative, and we will find a way to satisfy that piece, that human connection piece. There's a lot of very clever people doing a lot of very serious thinking in all of the different fields to try and get us out of this current paradigm into the new one. I think it's, one of the things that Burning Man we're very lucky about is that for many years now, people have already been doing their own thing in their own communities. So we are, as much as we're a community in the event in the desert, we are also hundreds of communities at the regional events that happen all over the world. So these are smaller events. The two biggest are ones in South Africa, and then one was in Israel, and they're like 10, 12,000 people. But the smaller events vary from, freezer burn, which happens on top of a mountain in February in kind of Arctic conditions, to, the lakes of fire. But these events are anywhere between, 100 and a couple of thousand people. So there are smaller events, and then we have the theme camp community. That's thousands of groups around the world that are already cohesive groups of people. So in my mind, I hope that the support that we as an organization can provide is helping those communities find resilience with each other and find ways to support each other on the kind of local, on the micro scale, because the macro scale is the thing that's been taken out. Right? It just doesn't exist now. I can't do something at the scale that we've been doing it for years. And so,
Well, caves were the original dark rooms. I'll have to say that. And in addition to connection to each other, there's a connection to the land. And I would like Chiara just to give us a little bit about what the Boomland is. What's the phase that it's shifting into now?
This is part of looking into the future, and I think also Tara spoke a bit about this, because also Strawberry Fields has a land, like a permanent location, and I know also Burning Man has been buying a ranch that, even if it's not the place where the event happened, but this is a huge resource right now for this kind of events, to have a possibility to to use this time to imagine how these places can be used. And this is also the exercise that we are doing with the Boom team, because in case, and we really hope that we can keep the land, because the land is still not fully paid for. And so we are still hoping that we find ways. We are hoping mainly that Boom can happen in 2021. And even if not, we are designing different scenarios so that we can still be sure that we can keep the land. Because then at that point, we can imagine the micro kind of events that also Charlie was speaking about, also creating the possibility, not just for local people, that is not just for Portuguese people in this case, but also for the local people, because this land is in the middle of nowhere. So how do we imagine a new kind of new rurality and how to be there and to cater for the needs of the people there, and while at the same time using our knowledge, our values, our principles to create culture and to keep on spreading our culture, what we believe and what we've been doing until now, and all the experience that we have been accumulating over the years. So also we took the time of the quarantine to finish to design a project to give to the authorities for approval, where we imagine how we want to be in the land in a long-term vision, how we relocate all the offices and the warehouses, the water treatment plant. So this is a very detailed plan that gives us the possibility to have this long-term view, so that even if we have to stop for that we cannot make the Boom, but we can think about different sizes of events. And so, yeah, I think this is one of the things that is helping us to have a positive outlook for the future, and that is comforting us to know that whatever is going to happen, we will always know that there's something that we can do, and that there is also other projects and other people that work in similar conditions, in similar kinds of events, that we can resource ideas from and get inspiration, and because this is also what this event was about. And in this sense, I would also like to say that we will have a page that we will put in the box, where we are gathering all kinds of initiatives, crowdfunding campaigns, different kind of examples of Ravesilience, and also to inspire the people how to do something. So, because this was, I think, a super interesting conversation, and it was important to hear all these different perspectives. And also then it's important for the people at home to know that they can do something. Because we've talked about what we are doing and how we are talking to the politicians and reframing our production processes, but also the festival goers and the club goers, that they, more and more, I know that they also are there to support, and we are all one for real in this sense. And so that we can share together different initiatives so that people can get busy supporting locally, globally, different campaigns.
And knowing how to be involved is essential, especially when people are looking to be involved somehow, but aren't sure. And so this is hopefully going to be the continuation of the Ravesilience project, a repository, a living library of involvement opportunities, whether it's raising awareness, whether it's contributing or donating, whether it's giving a skill, and somehow helping a project continue to live or to evolve. That's the idea behind it. So we're trying to come up with something practical as a continuation of this, while also continuing more thematic conversations like the one we've had today. I would just really quickly like to make a shout out to one subculture that we haven't really put a lot of emphasis on, and that's the queer community that has for a very long time been very important to reveling culture in various parts of the world. Just for humor's sake, we have one meme that I thought was hilarious, even though it was a little bit cliche. There's Alice, me in quarantine thinking about how nasty the sex is going to be when the gay clubs are finally open, which was something that I really did cross my mind. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, damn, yeah, somebody else also thought of this. aside from hypersexuality, which yes, it's a cliche, this meme I found from a Facebook group from Cocktail d'Amore, which is a queer party that's been going on for many years in Cluis-Mule until gentrification fucked over the club. And these groups, these chat groups, were mental health support. This is where people got to make jokes. This is where people got to share different funny stories in months after not being able to see each other. And any community, like the queer community, that is still a bit marginalized in Berlin with a lot of freedoms, but there is marginalization happening. And suddenly you're not able to see your people. You're extra isolated. There's an extra wound. So just a shout out as to how to stick by each other, pun intended. This is how mental health support happens. This is how mental solidarity happens, by sharing jokes with one another, by being there for one another, by being present. And this is something that we're trying to do all together, be present, even though there's distance between all of us, all 6 of us now. Whew! So I guess we're in sign-off stage. Maybe everybody just gives a little sentence of goodbyes as we outro, and then through time travel magic, we'll be back with a live Q&A, hopefully with these faces, but maybe with other people from their tribe, depending on work-life balance. Who wants to kick us off? Should we go with our order? Tara? Can you do it? It's like 4 a.m. or something where you are. My God, you're a trooper.
so ready to go to bed right now. I'd just say thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been amazing to hear everyone's stories. I'm really impressed, and I feel really privileged to be in Australia, even though life's not great. I mean, there's some really challenging situations happening all around the world, and just keep your heads up. I mean, I think that we're some of the most creative people of any industry, and if anyone can figure out where to from here, it's us. Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Tara. Pamela?
Yeah, because I'm doing so many political work, I'm talking about a lot of our issues all the time to so many different people, and it's somehow good to see that we are all going the same way, and I do not mean that we are all going to face the same problems. It's just that it's a good feeling to see that all over the world we have the same idea and the same spirit, why we are doing it and why it's so necessary. And this is something what gives, for me, kind of like a little strength going on through these hard times, because it's really hard, and sometimes it's a little bit difficult to get up in the morning. I mean, it's probably for all of us like this. Sometimes it's even difficult to find sleep because of all these problems, and seeing that we are all passionate doing what we're doing is kind of like giving me a little strength, and I think this is a good thing. So thank you very much for sharing the same ideas and the same spirit together. Thank you.
Thank you. Ravesilience spirit.
Marco.
Well, thank you, everybody, first of all. And I just want to wish hope for everybody. And not in a religious way, but hope that we're gonna have a better future really soon. Hope that we're gonna be connected more than ever, I think, not only the organization thing, but I think that's the side of the pandemic that I really like it. We never had breaks in our lives, like for 2-3 months, to be in the house thinking about our actions, thinking about how to be a human, how to treat people, how to everything, to reinvent ourselves, to be better every day. And I think this is a good time, and I think the world will be better when it's back normal again. We never know when gonna be, but I think it will be better for sure for all of us. And we're gonna be here to solve problem as always as well.
Thank you, Marco. What about you, Charlie? Last few words for now. We will be
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, just what Marco said. Let's hope for the future, and Tara also recognize our privilege, and just continue what we're doing and just hang in there. Like we just all need to hang in there. We're when you plan a yearly event, you're pretty good at a kind of semi-sprint, semi-marathon, because a year's a long time, but it's not a long time. But this is definitely a marathon, and we just all need to do our best to hang in there and pace ourselves, because we don't know what the politics are going to do. We don't know what the disease is going to do. We don't know what's going to happen to our communities. We just got to hang in there and stay positive. Yeah.
Kara.
So yeah, this is actually, I'm gonna make Charlie's words mine. I'm gonna ask the people that are watching now to hang in there. I'm gonna reserve my final remarks for our final remarks after the Q&A. So I will ask the people to hang in there, and now we're gonna go in a pause of about 5 minutes. They can take it for calling grandma, doing a headstand, or thinking about a question that they would like to ask. And so, because yeah, this next part is really important, because finally we can have an interactive conversation with the people at home, hear the stories, hear the comments, hear the hopes, the dreams, the nightmares, so whatever you feel like sharing with us. See your memes. If we have inspired you with our memes, please show us your memes. And so, yeah, for me, this is all for now. And we see you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
See you in a bit.
Thank you, everyone,
Thanks, everybody.
for being with us.
And those who aren't ready for a Q&A, rave on.
Hello, everyone. Now we are live. We are back. We are back with our speakers with some small changes. So we welcome Charlie from Burning Man. And we welcome Marco from Brazil, Adana Festival, DM7 bookings. And we welcome a new speaker. Welcome Marcel. He's here from Berlin. He's going to substitute Pamela. So thank you very much for coming, because Pamela was busy with the TV program recording. So thanks for substituting her at the last minute. And also another small change we have is that Tara cannot be with us. It was going to be like really late in the night, and tomorrow morning she was busy having to speak with the authorities, so she couldn't come. She sends her regards, and she's here with us in spirit for sure. And hello, Ivan. I didn't say.
Hello.
He's also here with us.
Monitoring comments and checking out the conversation.
Yeah, and for that, we also thank Riley. She's also there sending us the questions. So sometimes I'm looking at my phone to check the questions. I'm not replying to my mom, even if she might be there. Ciao, mama. But checking the questions. So to start this new time that we spend together, I would like to introduce a new something new that we are going to show you, which are video testimonies from other participants or producers or club owners around the world that are also part of the independent scene. And we sent the request out to many different people from many different places. We really went into a big research, and we discovered even new parts of the underground of the underground. And so we had some people replying because they found the time to send us a video, and some other people, they were literally too busy cultivating Ravesilience and coming up with solutions to the challenges. And so they couldn't send us their videos. And again, we send them our support and best wishes for them to find the right solutions. So maybe we start with a positive video, something that was sent by Ruth from Noisily Festival in UK. They have a very positive story to share. So let's hear Ruth Herbert from Noisily Festival.
Hello, my name is Ruth Herbert. I'm the art director for Noisily Festival Music and Arts, a UK festival, electronic music with an emphasis on arts, culture and creating a holistic environment. We're a very community-driven festival, about 6,000 attendees, a lot who come back every year and are very loyal supporters of the event. So this year has been particularly difficult for festivals like Noisily and also other festivals, as we are independent, we have no sponsors and no large pot of money to weather the storm. So we were left in a position this year where we had a lot of costs already incurred from trying to put on the 2020 edition, which in the end was impossible. The only way that we could survive was by trying to cover that £150,000 which had been already spent. We would have had to shut the festival and it wouldn't have happened again. But luckily for us, the festival is incredibly important for many people, and it is a meeting place each summer where friends can get together and see each other and have fun and celebrate life. And it's important for a lot of people, as well as the team, the Noisily team. So we decided to try and fundraise to cover the costs from this year's failed event. We managed to raise £115,000 in the end. Mostly, or more than half, was people donating their tickets for the event instead of getting a refund, which was over half. And then we had a raffle, we did an auction where people donated incredible pieces of artwork and experiences and various jewellery and other items. And we had a crowdfunder when people just donated money as well. And through the community, we have managed to save Noisily. It will happen again and for many years to come, hopefully. So we will be back next year, thanks to the community and thanks to the importance of this place to join and celebrate life together.
All right, everybody. It's cool to see what Noisily are doing and what a tight team can do and how resourceful they can get and how they can get community response as well for their efforts. So that was our note from Noisily. And now we're going to go to our first question. Our first question is directed towards our Berlin representative, Marcel. It's about this Berlin march that just happened against the COVID measures. There's uncertainty about how it was portrayed, who organized it, was the counterculture involved? So if you could tell us a little bit about this, just to see what's happening on the ground politically in Berlin. That's a pretty intense hotspot.
Yeah, so thank you for this question. It's a really good question. So first of all, it's not known to us as that one of our members of our organization were involved in this protest, first of all. Also, I could not recognize that typical clubbers or ravers represent. So because I had a look at it myself, there were about like 15,000 people from different backgrounds, as can be read in the various serious media in Germany. It was like 15,000, not more or less. And it is beside the many right-wing extremists, there were also vaccine opponents and corona deniers, and yeah, some people also from the peace movement in Germany. But the good thing is that 83 million German citizens were not protesting against the governance measures because they are totally fine with it. So this is the good news about it. And the most of the people I saw there were the typical angry white old man with a flannel shirt and the cowboy hat. So yeah, that's what it was, less or more, but a lot of attention they get from the media. So yeah.
Well, this is just highlighting the importance of what we place attention on when it comes to reporting numbers. You changing it around to see who isn't upset with the COVID measures and is accepting it is just as important a news story.
Pardon?
It's just as important a news story as to how many people were okay with the measures. So
yeah,
that's what we place attention on.
Yeah, most of, and we are very privileged here in Germany. This we can say again and again and again. So yeah, but also I know not know one single person in my surrounding who is agree with this kind of protest or idea or yeah.
Yeah, and this is interesting to hear, because actually I would like to expand this question to the other speakers too, to hear a bit how this polarization that we are witnessing with so much conflicting information, the masks are okay, they're not okay, what's the origin of the virus? Is the vaccine just a plan to install microchips in everyone? So how do this information lead into a polarization of the people? How does it play out in the teams of the festivals that we have here, representatives, or even in the scenes that they are connected to? I wonder if Charlie maybe wants to say something about it.
So yeah, for the most part, burners appear to be, with the 83 million Germans, they appear to be falling in the sensible bucket. There are some areas of our community where people have strong opinions about things like vaccines. And for the most part, people are supporting each other. I think kindness is winning out. On the one hand, it's okay to have an opinion. You just can't inflict it on other people. I think that's a thing that we've learned a lot. I'll say that we right now, in much the way that Chiara, you are doing a lot of work on Boomland. We own a lot of property in and around the desert, where we store equipment and take care of various bits and pieces, and we're wanting to do a lot of work in that space, but getting people there is hard, obviously, and is difficult. And so when we have people coming in from around the country to come in and work, and we're thinking about quarantines, and everybody has a slightly different perspective on what is making them comfortable. It's not so much the extreme piece that's difficult, but it's just different levels of comfort. I have personally experienced some in my kind of more of my personal network than the event network, where there are people who have interesting perspectives on things like vaccines and masks, and I find it personally challenging, but I think we're lucky. Burners, for the most part, fall into the sensible bucket.
And what about you, Marco? How does it play out in Brazil, considering also how dire it is, the situation there with so many people infected?
Well, I worked with technology for the last 20 years, and I saw all this
Maybe we have
growth
some technical difficulties with Marco.
of
I'm
the
also
internet,
not
and
okay.
and the president, when he came to for this first election, they discovered some big trouble about him involved with other companies creating like faking news, and this is not news for any of us. So the position of the people inside the social media also gets really weird. They don't know how to respect each other. So it's hard for us to believe in something if it's real or not, especially when he came so fast, like with the virus. It's safe to use the mask or not? It's safe to be together or not? It's safe to use the alcohol or not? Or it's safe to use a medicine or not, So we are living in a moment that we have this big ball of things happening at the same time, with a lot of disconnections about opinions. And it's hard, but I don't think this change any fact about what's happening now. In a way, everybody has a position, but we don't need to be like, we don't need to fight each other. It's like Charlie said, we need to respect, and we need to face the reality as should be,
I would also like to say that to give some of the people a benefit of the doubt who are telling that we should be protesting government policies and that we shouldn't be so accepting of certain things, maybe not to the extreme of like taking off masks in public, because this does seem like a small infringement on personal liberty, and at the same time can definitely protect a lot of people. So it seems like the sensible thing. But however we look at it, all of this time is going to be prototyping how societies react in disaster times, and how much power a single leader can have, or if there's going to be military involvement, or whether there's going to be acceptance for all kinds of mandatory healthcare. So there are potentially new chapters being opened up in how we respond. So the response, like people who are saying, okay, it's not just everything's accepted. We do need to be protesting some things. It's just about doing it in a smart way. Charlie?
I agree with you, but I would love to, I think to add to that though, a lot of the measures that you talked about, kind of government interference or support, depending on your perspective, imposition of regulation, imposition of health requirements, many of these things have already happened. There are many examples in all of our different countries where governments have had to step in some form or fashion to do this. The thing that's different right now, as Marco said, is that social media allows people to create confusion, which makes it hard for us to do the sensible thing, or at least it amplifies things that are, like if we were all to wear masks, the scientists say that we could kill COVID in a couple of months if everybody just wore a mask and everybody just did it and that was it. And but it's not going to happen. And it's going to take months and months and months and months. And that's because of social media. So on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, how do we regulate misinformation, and do we hold people responsible for spreading misinformation when their misinformation actually hurts people and damages people's way of lives and kills people?
Marcel?
Yeah, but I also think these confusion strategies are also not new. So we know it from the last elections worldwide, especially in the US. So, and I think sometimes what can we do to create awareness for responsible use for social media, to empower the people, especially the young people, that they can figure out what they are reading and how can they checking news on classical media, also online, so to check it. Yeah, so this is what I think.
And this is also part of our job as cultural curators.
Yes.
When I curate the cultural program, also last year we had someone from Berlin actually coming to talk about these topics. So yeah, thank you for mentioning the educational aspect too. And so maybe now I wanted to say also that we will be in the Q&A more or less for 1 hour. And so we move on with the next video intervention. Maybe we hear from Robbie from Belgium, Eventure. They're also very active in the night scene and finding solutions to the challenges of the moment. So let's be inspired by Robbie from Eventure in Belgium.
Hi, my name is Robbe van Bogaert, aka DJ Human Power. I'm the founder of Eventure, and Eventure is a community platform of events experts from Belgium. I work also as a night ambassador for the city of Antwerp, Belgium. Today, I'm here to explain you a little bit that it's a hard time for all of us. We all have to fight against the problems we have with the COVID-19. As a night ambassador, today I was trying to collect as much as information I could 24 hours a day. We try to give inspiration to the nightlife scene. We try to inform them as much as possible. And on a global way, we collected 80 night ambassadors from all around the world in one WhatsApp group. And today we are 24 hours a day inspiring each other on how are you taking care of the nightlife scene. We're also working on initiative of Vibe Lab on a global nightlife recovery plan to keep the nightlife scene alive and to inform them how to treat it. As Eventure, we also give trainings on vibe care. It's super important for the future that you're going to take care of the vibe of your location. How you take care of the ingress, how you take care of the arrival of your people, how you take care on circulation, the egress and the departure of your people. And in every step that you're going to organize your venue, it's important to think how to take care of the safety and how to take care of the customers, our vibe. As Eventure, we have been working the last 2 years on trying to get the transformational culture scene together on a project on access aware, because it's going to be super important for the future to keep our dance floors alive. How are we going to get access on our dance floors and how are we going to keep our spirit alive? So all of you who's ready to get our powers together and make a transformational network and sharing knowledge about accessibility and awareness around the globe. Thank you.
And there we have it from Ravi and Eventure, clearly showing the importance of raising awareness, again, in relation to how we educate each other in using social media, in verifying biases, in reading through bullshit data, and at the same time also having practical solutions, like a WhatsApp group between people who are involved in nightlife to share things, to, again, do group therapy, because God knows everybody's in need of it. And so here's some practical solutions that people can replicate anywhere in the world.
So we go into the next question, and we have Emilia. Hi, Emilia. Thanks for your question. It's about virtual events. Is it a possibility? Is it an alternative? Is it viable? What are the pros and the cons? And also maybe we start with Charlie, because Burning Man is living an experiment of having a sort of virtual event on Second Life. Would you like to share a bit about it? How did it come, the idea, and how is it going?
So the Burning Man has been in Second Life for a really long time. One of our founders, Michael, was around at the beginning of Second Life and friends with the guy who started Second Life. I forget his name right now. And anyway, so that has been in existence for a very long time. And so, burners have been doing that for a while. When we canceled this year's Black Rock City event and everybody said, oh, you need to do a virtual Burning Man, we spent a little bit of time looking around what that might mean, trying to understand what it takes to run something like Burning Man in a virtual environment. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, great, because my screen keeps freezing a little bit. And what happened was about five or six different community members each started up their own version of a virtual event, like a very significant virtual Black Rock City reincarnation. And so if you go to the website kindling.burningman.org, you can find what these are called the multiverses. So conveniently, the theme for Burning Man this year was the multiverse, and we went out of Black Rock City into the multiverse. But some of these,
Yeah, go. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Sorry, it keeps going funny. So what people have done is they have created fully immersive experiences of all different types. Some of them you can travel around. People are building theme camps. They're building art pieces. We even have a virtual version of the temple. So every year, at Burning Man, there's the temple, and some community members build it, and people can come and leave stuff. And so they have constructed a virtual version of the temple where you can even leave little things inside it. And then they're going to have it all on a hard disk, and then they will melt the hard disk down and use that as an art installation in a future temple. So there has been really interesting and exciting ways that the community members have stepped into the virtual space. And what we've seen is that many people have taken the energy that they normally put into a physical thing and found a way to funnel it out to the world, to continue their gifting, to continue their participation, to continue the energy that they put into it, and find ways for people to interact. And we are at the beginning of this experiment. So, we have a lot of enthusiasm and we have a lot of hope, and people are putting a lot of time and effort into it. And that all of these things work remains to be seen. Every screen is gone except for mine.
We hear you.
We hear you fine.
Oh dear.
It's just challenging you visually, but it's fine in the stream.
If you want to finish what you were saying, and then we go.
No? Charlie's internet is not having so much fun today.
Okay, maybe we're losing audio, but we'll get back to it. Just in response to also what Charlie's talking about, I think at the same time, a virtual event can be a great way to still be in touch, to connect, to tune in, to feel not alone. And at the same time, a virtual event pretty much tells you what you're missing and how much you're missing the real life thing. It shows still, as far as I can tell from everybody's experience of a virtual rave, for example, that it's not a substitute. It's just something in between to keep a thread of contact, but it's no way replacing the thing that is all about the real life felt embodied messiness. And yeah, I don't know if Marco or Marcel or Cara want to add to that.
Let's go in the order that you said. Marco, do you want to say something?
I totally agree with you. I have quite the same opinion. I think it might be a solution, a momentary solution, but this can replace the real meaning to have an event together, to have a festival together. The artist needs the connection with the people, and the people need the connection between them, between the nature, between everything. It's a complex stuff, to replace in a virtual way. I think it's a solution now, but I don't think this is the future for our scene for sure.
Yeah, I also agree with you. And I see a lot of pros and cons. The pros are definitely that some artists getting the opportunity to performing now in front of camera. And also we are getting a lot of knowledge about making live streams, and maybe it's an add-on in the future, especially for us in the club. If we have some seated events with shows or performances with limited capacity, we can also stream it into the internet, but it doesn't replace anything. For us, it's when we having live streams with shows or DJ sets, the artist is living from the response of the audience. And if there's no response, it's really difficult for the artist as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to say about Boom, I mean, personally, I'm really excited to see all these different possibilities popping up and really investigating what are the limits of possibilities of connection beyond the physical connection. What are all the other options that we have at the moment and that we can even create? Because we said that one of the resources of these independent scenes is abundance of creativity. And in terms of Boom, we are so connected to the land and to this creating this relationship with the land, and also very connected to permaculture since the beginning. So it's difficult for us to imagine to host a virtual event, a virtual festival, even if also Boom was in Second Life back in the day. When it came out, it was an exciting option. And so also some of us created this Second Life version of Boom. And so, at the moment we decided to, as we can see today, these were the dates of our event. We decided to share this conversation and to keep on sharing knowledge and music mainly. So, at the moment, that's the way we go. And then let's stay open for more possibilities and also to inspire each other with more options. And
all right, shall we see another video?
Yeah, talking about inspiring each other with new options, I would actually like to hear the story of Naja Orashvili from Georgia. In Georgia, capital Tbilisi, there is an amazing club called Bassiani that is located in the basement of a football stadium. It's a super incredible project. Check it out if you've never heard of it. And we hear Naja talking about how they reacted to the COVID and what came out of it.
მოგესალმებით თბილისიდან, ვეცდები მოკლედ მოგიყვათ ჩვენი ქალაქის და ქვეყნის ისტორია. 12 მარტს პანდემიის გავრცელების პრევენციის მიზნით თბილისის საკლუბო სცენამ საკუთარი ინიციატივით მიიღო დროებით ახურვის გადაწყვეტილება და საზოგადოების წინაშე ამ პასუხისმგებლიან ქმედებებს უმძიმესი შედეგი მოყვა ამ სფეროში დასაქმებული ათასობით ადამიანისთვის, რომელთა თავდაუზოგავი შრომისა და ენთუზიაზმის და პროფესიონალიზმის დამსახურებაა, რომ თბილისის საკლუბო სცენა ასეთი სამაგალითო გახდა. რაც შეეხება ქვეყნის მასშტაბით ეპიდემიოლოგიურ მდგომარეობას, საქართველოს საუკეთესო მაგალითია ჩვენ კორონავირუსთან ბრძოლის კუთხით და ახლა ვცდილობთ ეს წარმატების ისტორია თუ გამოცდილება გავუზიაროთ დანარჩენ სამყაროს. ჩვენ ქალაქის მთავრობასთან კომუნიკაციით შევიმუშავეთ ჩვენი სფეროსთვის რეგულაციები და რეკომენდაციები, დავიწყეთ ონლაინ სტრიმების კამპანია, ვაგროვებთ თანხებს, ვაწყობთ დისკუსიებს, თუმცა ამასთან ერთად არასდროს არ გვაუწყდება, რომ ჩვენი ამოსავალი წერტილი ყოველთვის იყო და არის და იქნება ადამიანებზე ზრუნვა და საზოგადოებრივი ჯანდაცვის საკითხი. ერთი რაც ძალიან სასიხარულოა და ვფიქრობ, რომ სხვა ქვეყნებისგან გამოგვარჩევს ერთი თვის წინ და საგანგებო მდგომარეობის დასრულების 4 თვის თავზე ამ სფეროს ენთუზიასტებს მიეცათ საშუალება, რომ ღია ცის ქვეშ ეცეკვათ და რაოდენ უცნაურიც არ უნდა იყოს მთელი ჩემი გააზრებული ცხოვრება ერთადერთი უფლებისთვის, ცეკვის უფლებისთვის ვიბრძვი. ასე რომ ახლა ნელ-ნელა ვეგუები მზის ქვეშ მზესთან ერთად თანაცხოვრებას, რაც შეეხება დღევანდელ სიტუაციას, მთელი ქვეყნის მასშტაბით ზღვაზე, მთაში, ბარში, ქალაქში ყველგან მუსიკალური ფესტივალებია, მაგრამ ჩვენი საყვარელი სივრცეები, დახურული კლუბები კვლავ პრობლემების წინაშე დგას, მეიჯორებთან თუ ფინანსურ ინსტიტუციებთან შექმნილი პრობლემების გამო შესაძლოა ისინი სამუდამოდ გაქრნენ და ბოლოს მათ შემიძლია ვთქვა, სადაც არ უნდა ვიყოთ, სიჩუმეში თუ ხმაურში, ჩვენ მაინც უნდა ვიცეკვოთ.
Wow, always good to hear from Naja. She's so resourceful, and the whole club scene in Tbilisi that has been led by Bassiani is incredibly inspiring also because of the political aspect of it. And it's nice to see how she explains that she went from living in the night to living in the day and learning how to dance in the sunlight. So yes, cheers to Ravesilience once again. And Ivan, what about the next question?
So we have somebody from Guadalajara asking us a little bit about the Latin American scene. And we mentioned local DJs, local artists, and how we will need to rely on them more and more as travel is limited. And but there's a comment that a lot of the electronic music scene is in Europe. So how does that affect places like Brazil? And how can we build this artist culture and invest in artists in the continent so as to not really rely on overseas artists? Marco, you guys can kick us off.
I think this will be the future for the next 2-3 years minimum. Even if Mexico, like you said, is from Guadalajara, it's not that cheaper than Europe about the costs, logistics costs, let's say, to bring artists from the other side of the ocean. But it helps. It helps, definitely. It helps, not only for Mexico, but Chile, all over the America. We can say that the cost is cheaper, but we don't have this big amount of artists here, like with international representation, and we don't need them. We don't need to think about events with a lot of international names. We need to bring events that's solid enough to save costs, to help the local people first, and not only the artists, but the people that's gonna pay the ticket. We need to find a way to reduce the costs now for everybody to survive. So I think the local stuff will be the future salvation for all of us.
And this is also a big potential cultural shift in that a lot of these events that we've been working in have really been focusing on more ingenuity, more creativity, but still a lot of energy is being poured into these kinds of things. Now when survival becomes an issue, you start thinking about minimalism and scaling down and a post-growth mentality in still cultivating a really cool experience. Exactly. So you're approaching it differently, I guess.
Yes, no, totally. Especially nowadays that we had the culture, for example, in Brazil to have the tent, the sound, and that's it, and the bar, you have nothing else. And it's good for people to think in about ways to make it different, to offer another kind of experience inside of those events besides the music experience, So I think it's a big shift, as you said,
I actually would like to ask Marcel about this, if he knows if the Berlin club scene is going to rely more on their local DJs, since every other person is a DJ in Berlin. How is it for you guys?
This is this is really difficult because we have so many DJs there also playing international, and we're flying around the globe before Corona. So we will see. So the most of them also having no bookings yet, so because there is no possibility to play, especially here, no clubs, and this some tiny events outside, it's forbidden to dance, so you can't really have a proper booking. So, and it's not a good experience, I think, to see people sitting on their chairs and drinking some beer and whipping with their knees sometimes, maybe. So and on the other way, it's also for the next, and there I'm with Marco, for the next 2-3 years for local artists to growing and have maybe a less international concurrence, to become also fame in their hometown.
And so, speaking about local situation, I would like to introduce the new video, the next video, from Mariana from Village Underground in Lisbon, so to speak a little bit about the situation here in Portugal. And I would like to say that the government here was quite fast to provide layoffs for festivals and big events, but the smaller venues and the smaller reality of nightlife in Lisbon and in other parts of Portugal suffered more. And so now we're going to see an amazing example of Ravesilience, also in terms of what an amazing video they sent us. We will see the high level production and the creativity that they put into it to see what kind of initiatives they created to boost and support not just the artists, but also the technicians working in the nightlife.
You did it in like 24 hours.
Hello ravers around the world, my name is Mariana and I am the co-founder of Village Underground, which is an independent grassroots venue for mainly music that has been around for 6 years. Our resilience is more a political one. During these past months, we needed to focus on our online presence and strengthen our position as an online platform for artists. Our first experience was during our anniversary in May, where we streamed a beautiful 8-hour performance including dance, street art, music, and even cocktails and food recipes. This was much more than an online success in terms of reach and engagement. It was really beautiful to put together more than 70 people that were stuck at home for more than 8 weeks. More than 30 artists and technicians came during the week to Village to be filmed and to perform. And we streamed that in May, and it was such a good job that we even got to sell it to the national TV, a short edit that they bought and aired last weekend, reaching more than 25,000 people. What also came out of this streaming was a much more deep connection with our database, the clients that gave donations during the streaming. We started a conversation with them, asking them what they preferred in our venue, and we invited them to come to see us, to connect with us, to talk to us. We offered them beers and other kind of perks, and we started a really nice relationship. It is political resilience because we live and breathe music, and we are very passionate about artistic revolutions. Our intention is always to promote artistic greatness, diversity, and to spark conversations. And we thought that in these really weird times of uncertainty, it was vital to keep this conversation open and to host, to stage, and to promote all kinds of underground performances. finally, I just wanted to say that Village Underground is part of a bigger association that connects 25 venues around Portugal. We represent more than 1 million people in audience, and we needed to have a voice in order to sit down with the government and to make everything we can to fight against the closure of these grassroots venues. And thank you all for having me. I hope to see you very, very soon. Bye.
So thank you, Mariana. If you are listening, if you're watching, what an amazing video, what incredible project, so good that it went so well and that you are inspiring more people actually today everywhere in the world to have the same enthusiasm and the same willingness to just figure out what's next and just go for it. So thanks a lot for that.
And it's also really good just to hear people talk about living and breathing art and how uplifting that can be. You're making deathbed memories with every mind-boggling rave or memorable event. But these events would not be able to happen if these spaces in which they took place weren't affordable, accessible, didn't have huge costs, operating costs, and costs are going up everywhere, especially where the counterculture scene develops and flourishes. Gentrification has become a well-known word in the past 15 years, more so than any time in history. I need to not move my headphones. What do you think about? I mean, I would say Marcel can kick us off, considering that Berlin is such a hotspot for hugely increasing rent prices, where before there was a utopia for an abundance of spaces. And how do we protect spaces before we are able to open new ones? It seems like it makes more sense to protect places than to constantly try to open new competing venues.
Yeah, that's a big topic for us since the last, I thought, 10 years. So, and most of the clubs here in Berlin are rented spaces. So I think like 95% of the clubs who are running here in Berlin are rented. So it's really difficult, especially these times, because most of the rents are just postponed. So we have to pay them later when Corona is ending and we can going forward with our business, but postponed, it's a situation that you have to give the money when we restart again. So, and especially for us as club, we have like 14,000 euros every month. So, and our rent is also still postponed. And on the other hand, we are talking to the government and trying to make some supporting programs, especially for business rents, for smaller business and cultural business, to support them, because everybody knows without this money, we are losing so many spaces in the next few years. And yeah, that's the situation here in Berlin. So, and we are really looking forward with the government to getting a proper program where a lot of smaller business can participate. So that's also the thing. We have to get the most of them with us in this program.
And what about the situation in the US, Charlie, with space degradation and loss?
Take myself off mute. So I think Berlin, the Bay Area, which is San Francisco, Oakland, for the most part, is home to Burning Man. For the last 10 years, has been going through a significant gentrification. Silicon Valley is just down the road, and San Francisco is the hip place to live. And I don't really know anybody that can afford to live in San Francisco anymore. Oakland, it's the equivalent of Brooklyn and Manhattan. It's just over the water. It's sort of the land piece. Used to have a lot of really creative spaces, warehouses and old factories from the 50s and 60s that had been kind of repurposed for art building. Many of the big Burning Man famous art pieces that you would recognize from magazines and photo shoots were built in these spaces, and now these spaces have been sold to developers for fancy housing for condos in much the same way as Berlin. So before, where you had a lot and an abundance of space, there's now very, very limited space, and not just for the big, you know, to build big art, you need big spaces with cranes and things of that nature, you know, and winches and hooks and all that stuff. And it's not just those spaces, it's also affordable housing for people who are creatives living and breathing from, you know, one project to the next, and they don't know where those projects are going to be. So I would say the one interesting piece, I like Berlin, I don't know what the answer to that problem is. There's all kinds of government policy being introduced around percentages of developments that need to be affordable housing. This is aimed at service workers for the most part, but also is available for other folks. So how effective that is at maintaining the heart and soul of a city remains to be seen. Honestly, so far, not that super effective. I would say one thing though that's come for Corona is, as we all know, San Francisco is like a tech hub, but now all the tech companies have said that they can work remotely. Some of them ever, Twitter, you never have to come to the office ever. Those people are out of the Bay. So the rent prices in San Francisco are actually coming down for the first time in, I don't know, a decade, which, I mean, it's still ridiculously unaffordable and very expensive, but it is moving in the right direction. What that does to gentrification in the long term, I don't know how much impact it will have, but yeah. I think the other thing that maybe folks may or may not be aware of, but there is a very, 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 very significant homeless problem in the Bay Area in general. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of people living in street camps that I've seen prettier looking favelas and slums in Africa, and like it's pretty awful. And you know, you have these big businesses that own lots of properties and they sit empty, and there's all these people on the street. It's a very weird and horrible situation that is kind of the COVID is struggling with that as well. So there are policies about trying to get homeless people into hotels and providing trailers for them to live in and various other things. But gentrification is a challenge. I want to say Burning Man itself, the Black Rock City, has its own version of gentrification, with becoming ever more attractive to people of means. And, you know, the whole kind of plug and play convenience culture where very wealthy people pay for someone to set up their whole experience at Burning Man and kind of bypass the work piece, which for many people is an integral part of it. And so there's even in our meta city where we're kind of modeling things, we're experiencing money shaping how we are as an event, we're experiencing what happens when money begins to shape how people interact with the environment that they're in, which is, you know, gentrification. So it's a big problem.
And it's also internalized neoliberalism in the rave scene. So we need to like think about Ravesilience from within our culture just as much as to threats from without, which is, yeah, a pretty big thing to keep in mind in the coming months of rebuilding.
And so maybe we are ready for the next video, talking about the underground of the underground and going to discover new projects in unexpected places that were still not on the map of the independent culture. Let's hear from Azerbaijan, from Baku, the capital, where there is this super interesting club called In Club that is also connected to Bassiani in Georgia. They are like sister projects. And let's hear from Natig what happened in Baku, Azerbaijan during these months.
My name is Natig Ismail. I'm from Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm a co-owner of In Club Baku. Since 21st of March, we have postponed and cancelled second boiler room event, as well as open airs and regular club nights. We have a total lockdown in Baku till 5 of August. Now main activity are streams and donations. We held Save the Night project and why not FM streams and with some local artists. It's quite important and useful in this current situation, but we don't think that the future of the events industry will be digital formats, because if you feel this unity on the dance floor once, you will not agree to dance at home anymore. Our team is working on a small festival in Baku for 2021, and of course we are waiting approval from the authorities to restart our club nights. We are really looking forward to coming back soon.
And there we have it from Baku, and keeping in mind that every scene has a commonality in how it comes together and what it needs, what we need from one another in terms of support and motivation, and figuring things out in this whole period of not knowing, which is oftentimes the thing that we are least prepared for, a constantly shifting reality. So it's at least been a boot camp for being initiated into impermanent states. So yeah, thank you so much from In Club. I hope to be able to go to a rave there one day.
Me too. And so maybe I address a question that is specific about Boom, because this person, I'm sorry, I don't have the name, your name, maybe you know who you are, is asking, I guess I'm not the only one to wonder about next year event. So if Boom is going to be able to happen or not in 2021. I mean, it's rescheduled, it's confirmed so far. So we keep on sending our prayers in that direction. And so the person is asking what kind of difficulties Boom Festival is facing. And we spoke a bit in the first part about the financial difficulties, because even if we were able to reschedule the event, and so to keep the money of the tickets for next year events, so it's still very challenging also because of the land that we are still paying for. So the land is not fully paid yet. And so the question is, how can we help? And I would like to direct whoever wants to support to donate for the Boomland. There is a crowdfunding that we put in a special page that we have created for this event, Ravesilience, where we are gathering, collecting different crowdfunding campaigns, different petitions, different requests for help. And it's an interactive page. We ask everyone to contribute, add in more initiatives. And there you will find the crowdfunding campaign for the Boomland. So yes, if you love Boom, if you are connected to the Boomland, please go there and make a donation. And yeah, all the boomers will be very grateful for that. Thank you.
And I mean, this is also just a note. We are talking about independent reveling culture. It has kind of always been based upon the community. It's been held up by the community. That's the whole point. The external support, either in sponsorship, was actively rejected so that it can maintain a certain amount of purity, because we saw what happens to the internet when ads went crazy and took over the internet, basically. And so this is, yeah, just another example of how we need each other in this, more so than top-down, big centralized structures.
And actually, I want to launch the next video. Monique from South Africa, Origin Festival, Nano Records. She also speaks about the importance of asking for help, reaching out, trusting the community, and trusting that when help is needed, someone is there to provide that help. Thank you, Monique, for mentioning that.
Hi, Hi, I'm Monique from Nano Records. I run the bookings. My husband Regan runs the label, and together we do Origin Festival in Cape Town, South Africa. We've been working with Unite online streaming and also done an online festival. It's been great working with different organizations, and it gives that sense of community, which we would normally be getting at festivals, and we haven't been getting it now because we're not going. I also helped organize a fundraiser for one of our artists, Laughing Buddha's son, which went amazingly well. It just goes to show you how much support there is out there in our communities, and you just mustn't be afraid to ask. Life has seriously changed for me. I'm usually quite a busy person. Well, everybody knows me as that. And this has really stopped me in my tracks and slowed me down. I've started gardening, I started cooking, sewing, doing things that I would never have time to do. I've even started a new job with friends of mine who have a clothing company, which has been amazing because at least now there's some money coming into the house. Yeah, it's just been quite humbling to not be going on holidays because we have to save money. What was great this weekend, well, maybe the only great thing about us not going to festivals and me not working is that I was able to go away camping this weekend with my family and friends, and I didn't have to have my phone on because I didn't have to be worried about any gigs. I think that's it. That's the one plus side. The only plus side. It's tough for everybody right now, so we just all need to be flexible, have open and honest communication, work together, and most importantly, be kind to one another.
Thanks, Monique, and thanks for highlighting the importance of just asking for help. It's cool to see successful crowdfunders, even though it's not ideal. And as producers, we've all felt really bad having to ask for support, knowing that a lot of the community are under additional financial pressure, just like us. So it's not been easy to ask, but it's also been amazingly touching to see the support. Whole Festival in Germany was an example that exceeded their crowdfunder pretty fast because there aren't many dedicated queer electronic music festivals. So you were seeing how the more closely knit community or subculture, the more intense and generous the response has been. So yeah, it's been good to highlight that. And Chiara, we've got another question.
Yes, I would like to ask the question that has been asked by Esteban from Mallorca. Hello, Esteban. He's a big fan of Liminal Village. So thank you for being with us today. And the question is, he's suggesting maybe a new option. What about taking each festival to other places, a smaller edition, maybe more local crowd? Same spirit as the main edition, taken to different places? Or is it that events are actually too connected to one specific place so that if they happen in other places, they lose their spirit? So I think this question is very relevant also for Charlie and Burning Man because of different projects that they have. So maybe he can tell us a bit about it.
That's a good question. Thank you, Chiara. I want to say, I think it's a little bit of both. People have traveled from all over the world to the desert, to where Burning Man, Black Rock City is held. And the desert has a profound impact on you as a participant and a human being. But what we've seen is that whilst that place is pretty magical, people have wanted to capture that magic and go and do these smaller editions and these home-cooked versions in their country, wherever they happen to live. So for, quite a long time now, I don't know how long it's been running, I want to say over a decade, I have no idea, a long time, people have been coming to Black Rock City and feeling the magic and then taking it home and building an event in their local community. So there are now several hundred smaller Burning Man inspired events around the world where people have tried to capture the spirit and put forth an event in the way that they perceive Burning Man to be. And I think that last piece is an important piece because everybody experiences something slightly different about Burning Man. And while there are hundreds of official regional events, an official regional event, you have to adhere to the 10 principles. And so some people are kind of more rigorous about how they want that event to be than others. But people do it. I think there are a couple of pieces to add here. So Burning Man, like Boom, is a very, very old event, relatively speaking. It's 30 years old. And I think that the level of freedom that we have, there's a lot of regulation, don't get me wrong, but we also have a lot of freedom at Burning Man within the realm of health and safety in terms of what we can allow people to do or what people are permitted to do at the event. You know, if you go to, we're a city where people come and they build whatever they want, pretty much. And there's some hoops that people have to jump through and paperwork people have to do. But the event has grown up with the authorities. And so the authorities have come to understand the Burning Man role of bringing all of the content. So we don't, if you go to, say, before coming to America, I did events in the UK. We had a number of partners built pieces at the event. It was super regulated and it strict what folks did.
We're having
heads around too many the place where the relate you have with the authorities allows you to do what it is that you want you to do. Can you see?
I hear him more or less.
No.
Okay, yes, you can go on.
Okay. So there's a couple of pieces around the place where you're at. One is the kind of the identity of the event with the place, and Burning Man very clearly has that with the desert. But the other one is around the relationship that you have with the authorities. And when you have a long relationship with the authority, they understand what it is that you're trying to do. So for example, if we turned up in a local city in Oakland and tried to do a huge fire in the park, there's no way. We would never be allowed to do it. 50,000 people around a big bonfire, no chance. But because it's grown over a long period of time, it's allowed and it's permitted and it's understood. So that's the hard piece that people have when they go to smaller communities or they go to different places and different towns and different authorities. And they have a lot of work to do to educate folks as to what is possible. Then the final piece is with regards to COVID. I don't know how much a smaller event makes any difference in terms of the spread. And smaller means less. I don't remember. Oh, there's.
Thank you, Charlie. I mean, for Boom, yeah, maybe you can silence your mic. So I wanted to say, can you silence your mic? Thank you, Charlie. So I wanted to say that for Boom, as I already said, the connection to the land is fundamental. And in a way, I also resonate with what Charlie's talk in terms of building the relationship with the local authorities. So there is also that has been happening over the years. When Boom arrived to Idania Nova, people were scared. Oh my God, these freaks, what are they gonna do? And so we are quite connected to the land, and we have developed the event itself, observing how the land is made, where is the water lines, how does the lake behave over the year. But I also want to say that as part of the psytrance scene, Boom is connected to a culture that exists beyond Boom. And so I really hope that in these times, if we are not allowed to travel, if we have to have smaller events, if we have to exist with all these limitations, that I hope that the Psytrance scene everywhere can keep on flourishing through these smaller events that are already happening for many, many years. Let's say the formula has been tested and experimented. We know more or less what it is. So I really hope that the resilience for the Psytrance scene will be in terms of existing through this myriad of smaller events. And maybe, Marco, do you want to say something about this? Because you also come from the same scene, and how is it in Brazil?
In Brazil, we have two sides. You have the small ones for 1,000 people, 2,000, the average, and you have the big ones for 10, 15, 12,000 people, but different from Boom and Burning Man. The venue that they rent to make those events is like nothing and nothing, they need to build everything for the edition on Friday, and they need to put everything down on Monday. So it's a lot of costs to develop an event like that. We choose in another direction with Adana since the beginning, because I saw the amount of money that we need to spend when we do something like this for a festival, that we spend in kitchens, that we spend in cables, electricity, water, toilets, bar, many things. So we decided to have our own place. By the time that we finished the last edition of the festival, we had a place that was in mind, that we had to build everything. But by this time, thank God, I had the idea to speak with the other guys in São Paulo, or partners in Mundo de Oz, that they have the proper place to do it, and they leave it there as well. So I spoke with them, and we make a partnership to make it everything together, So in a way, it was very hard for me to move Adana from the place that I originally born for this new place, but that was the best thing we did, for sure. Last year, we worked hard to build the kitchens, to build the bars, and to build everything that we can save some cash for the production of smaller events, So that was really helpful for us, and we still looking for the scenario now, but the most important thing, as you said, I don't think the number of the people in a party can change the, let's say, the meaning of this, or the brand, or nothing like this, I think we are a community, and as a community, we are able to build up everything from zero if necessary,
That's a good example of Ravesilience. So let's go to the last video that we have, and then we will ask a question as the last round to close the Q&A. And so the last video is from Roger from Palestine. He is the co-founder of the Haifa Independent Film Festival. And also he's an event promoter and a DJ, and he sent a video where he's explaining a new project that they created to face the situation there with extreme lockdown in Israel, Palestine, and no possibility to move for a long time and no possibility to organize any events. So let's hear from Roger what happened.
Hello, my name is Roger Khlef. I come from Palestine. I am the co-founder of Haifa Independent Film Festival. This year, unfortunately, we had to cancel the film festival only 2 weeks before the festival, and this caused us a big financial damage and some motivation damage. We had the option to do it online, but it's not what we want or aiming for. But as a result for all this, good things happened. We curated an independent online radio, and I'm programming every Thursday at Radio Al-Hara a SAS program featuring artists from Palestine and North Africa and the Middle East. Hope to see you soon. Next year, probably. This year I was supposed to participate in Boom Festival, but it postponed for next year. So stay safe and positive. See you soon.
Thanks, Roger. I remember Roger really contributing to an amazing summer last year when he played a banging set at Fusion Festival, and it's really cool to see that you have alternatives like the radio that they're putting on to continue communication and continue the link between everybody who is part of the counterculture, also in the Middle East. And it's kind of what we're trying to do here as well, all coming together and having a conversation about things that matter to us and finding ways to protect them or evolve them.
So thanks, Ivan, for that comment. And I guess from here we go into the last question. And I would like to ask, considering that we know that we are struggling to survive and many will survive, some events or clubs might have to shut. So let's have a very positive outlook in the long term, and let's think about the next generations, the ones that will open the next venues, the ones that will organize the next festivals, the ones that are now in their 20s. And even earlier, even younger, we are seeing how empowered the younger generations are. Do we have some advice for this new generation? So what, from our experience, what would we like to give to the young people that are now looking at us like the ones that are doing the things and getting inspired to do new projects in the future? So maybe Marcel, he hasn't said anything in a while. Let's hear your voice.
I can start. Yes. Yeah. So the first advice is believe in yourself, trying out as much as you can, and smash patriarchy. So because the future is queer, I would say. And yeah. So also, yeah, keeping the physical distancing and keeping social and global solidarity. So yeah. That's it.
Thank you, Marcel. What about you, Marco?
Well, if I have the opportunity to give the example for everybody, producers, event organizer, or any kind of professional that wants to make it what we do it, work hard a lot. Learn how to respect, understand your customers, the nature itself. Be mature enough to admit when you make some mistake. Be open for all kinds of comments, positive or negatives, and delete the asshole ones from your mind, because otherwise you go too crazy. And especially know how to share the work with people that share the same love in what you do and has the response to do it as you can do it. You have to learn how to share it, because alone you don't gonna have success for sure.
Thank you, Marco. What about you, Charlie? Are you there? Can you speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hi. And I'm on my phone now. So, yeah, I think what Marco said, find a good group of people to work with. It's a lot of work on your own to lift stuff up. And everybody has different skills. Some people are good with music. Some people are good with production. Some people are good with making sure you have the business piece taken care of. Everybody has different skills. So get together a good team of people that cover all the things that you need, and don't be afraid. And also, it's okay if you go bankrupt. It does happen. I'm sure I did that early on in my career, and it's an amazing lesson to learn when you lose a lot of money and you have to go around to a lot of people and say that you made mistakes, big mistakes. And if you're a good human being, when you make mistakes, your friends will carry you through it. and you can stand up and get on and try again. Don't be afraid. Have fun. Have fun. I always think it's really important. Like the vibe of the person making the event is so critical to how the event comes out. If it's just all about the money, don't and go somewhere else. It's not about you have to balance the books, but it's not about the money, and just follow your heart. There you go. That's what I got.
Thank you,
And
Charlie.
I would also like to venture on this point a tiny bit of advice, which is get to know your neighborhood, especially in urban settings. We're losing the sense of neighborhood, and young people need to figure out ways they can be in service to their communities, and their communities will be in service to them. Rave culture is like an improvement on church for me. So we need to figure out how to create better church and keep the culture alive. And it's the young ones that are going to have to do it.
Wow. Thank you, Ivan. I like that, as you know, I've been researching into how, altered state of consciousness has been part of ancient rituals in the past. So I really resonate with that advice. Trust that this is not just about partying. Trust that this is something much bigger. And if that is what you feel and what you see, really trust your vision. And even in creating something different than what we are doing here, the next level of everything, level 3.0, 5.0, go with it. Really, we are in a time where everything can happen. And so it's a great opportunity to break the old rules and recreate reality, recreate a way to interact with each other, recreate our relationship with the earth, with the 5 elements, with the magic. Believe in that. So, I like how we finished. It's very... And we hear the siren. They're coming to get the lunatics.
It's an emergency.
So, I really like how we ended. It's a very positive note. It's about the future. It's about empowering the next generation. So I would like to thank Marco from Brazil, Marcel from Berlin, Charlie from the United States for being with us. It was such a pleasure. So
Pamela and Tara as well.
Yes.
In spirit with us.
Thank you. So really, thanks a lot for joining us. And we wish all the best, full support for your project. Continue doing what you're doing, and we stay connected. And so from this, I would like to move on to our closing statements, maybe.
Yeah. This is our final outro, and there's a little treat after this. One thing that we are seeing is that the pandemic has been an opportunity, a slap in the face, a wake-up call about a lot of things, and so it's also exposed a lot of the rot in human society. It's exposed a lot of injustices and inequalities and where privileges lie. So it's good that we're learning these things, or seem to be learning them faster and faster. It's clear that the counterculture scene in every continent is essential to being the lifeblood of possibility, of change, of creativity, and it's also vulnerable. And in order for it to be resilient in its vulnerability, we are needed to come together, put our heads and hearts and feet and fingers and toes and everything in to protect it. So hopefully there's been a little bit of inspiration from this talk, and we're going to continue providing inspiration, hopefully, in the next series of offerings. And Kara's going to let us know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so stay tuned for the next episodes of the podcasts, especially the ones connected to Ravesilience, like one that is going to come up soon in autumn called the Dance Floor Experience. And stay tuned also for the new editions of the Boom Toolkit for COVID-19. and also continue being inspired by the Unite streaming channel, supporting the Psytrance scene with the regular emissions of amazing music. Thank you so much. And we also support all the other streaming possibilities and platforms because they are really helping us to keep our spirits high. And also, I would like to remind you about our latest Ravesilience initiative, which is a social economy and a community project in support of small producer and craftspeople, the Boom Festival Bazaar. Check it out. There will be the link in the comments. And please visit also our Ravesilience page. I've been mentioning it a couple of times. We wanted to be a community effort to gather as many initiatives possible, so that when you feel inspired to give your help, to support projects locally, globally, you can go there and choose where you wish to give your help and support. If you want to suggest a new initiative, you can write to us at socialmedia@boomfestival.org. And so, having said this, I would like to thank again our guests. It was a pleasure to meet them and talk to them. I really hope that one day we can party together in some dance floor somewhere. And I would like to thank also the people that sent the video contributions and all the people that couldn't send it because they were too busy. I would like to thank all the people also that worked to make this Ravesilience event possible. You know who you are. We worked so hard for so many months. We made it. I'm so
And we're blessed with a kick-ass team.
Yes. So thank you so much for supporting since the beginning. And we thank again the Unite platform and all its partners for restreaming our debate. Thank you so much, guys, for trusting us. And thanks to all the boomers. Guys and girls, everywhere you are. And I would like to include among the boomers each member of the Boom team. Really, thank you so much for your patience, for waiting, for when it will be possible to get together again. Thank you for your unconditional support. And thanks to all the ravers of the world for their willingness to keep on dancing and gathering, no matter what. When it will be possible in the best way, I know the energy will be there and it will be amazing. And so we really hope that this event serves as an inspiration for more initiatives to get together and find ways to cultivate Ravesilience. And while we watch Tellurica, that is our last offer, which is a sensorial documentary that is going to bring us back to Boom 2018, I would like to invite everyone to share in the chat, in the comments, what do you look forward for the next edition of Boom and for any other party that you will attend when it will be possible. Share your wishes, share your visions, and share your excitement about what's next. And also, one of my last things I want to say, I really hope that the full moon tonight will remind us that we are always connected. Ivan, do you want to say something to finish?
Yeah, it's just been a pleasure to have everybody here. And we're always open to new ideas. So send us ideas that you have for how to cultivate resilience going forward. Get creative and get weird. No limits on weird, please.
Thank you, Ivan. That's very important. So everyone, see you on the dance floor. Bye-bye. Thank you for being with us.
Rave on.
This is the Milky Way. Our nervous system, or the galaxies, vibrations of sounds. Some motion became you. If you forget that this is you, it will disappear. This is your training. This is your initiation. To be able to live more as space. To be able to live as a creator. As a creator. We're stardust. We're stardust. As consciousness, we created order. Order. We allow space to expand. All that you feel, all that you think, all that you create, all that you manifest, it is grids of consciousness. Write your prayer, send it to the universe, let it come back to you. To you. Let it come back to you. To you.
architecture, geometry, and the idea to gather together in the same time. Isolated groups gathering from faraway lands.
About half of your life, you're not actually present in the world in which you live.
What is the body? What your body is saying.
The worst thing that could possibly happen to you has happened. You have been civilized. Open code thoughtware. Then you're not controllable if you're happy.
Not to think or desire different things, but to think and desire differently.
Pleasure, happiness, delight. This is good, I don't want more.
Because we are story-based beings, when we don't have a narrative for something, it becomes largely invisible to us.
And what were your needs? If anything could have been given to you in that moment, what would you have wanted the most?
Calling to the ancestors, warriors of the light, the wisdom.
We receive the elements, the earth represented with the drum, the water with the water, the fire with the copalera and the copal, and the air with the feathers.
capitalism, structures, oppression, racism,
practice,
collaboration,
transform,
cooperation, to make choices.
Create our own money, create our own economies.
Redesign the pyramid.
Rewrite our rules, rewrite our incentive structures.
Turn it into a circle.
You are the source person. You have the choice.
Choosing with awareness.
We can't always be against everything.
We want to be more than ourselves.
Build a movement that tells a better collective future for tomorrow.
So modern culture
you are worse.
Is all about avoiding responsibility. Activist.
Activism.
As a concept.
Nature defending itself.
Clean water and clean food.
Information, information, and information. Prohibition is monolithic.
How do we change the world?
We are the 99%.
We are still part of this world.
No one is illegal.
We are about to self-destruct. So what the hell is going on with us?
My name is Tamakawa Stewi. I'm ihoktawa pabaska sisitan dokota. I'm hukpapa si hasafan ogwala lakota. Not wait for some grandiose person to come and say I'm a leader. We are in control of self.
Just knowing that we are all one. And we're all so connected.
We have something in all of us that we have to take out of the ground and bring it straight up inside you. And empower self to make you whole. Walk around with half of their pieces missing. Half of their pieces are everywhere. I want to change the world. Stand up and fight back.
Planet absorbs energy, star radiates energy. You are trained to be a planet. You're designed to be a star.
Molecular, microscopic, choose all of the time. Mystical vision, surrealism, cellular, emotion, beautiful, sense perceptions. Choose love, healing, communication, community, surrealism, love, healing,
integrity,
our emotional well-being is profoundly shaped by what you choose to do with your attention.
You think you know what masculine is, and you don't. You think you know what feminine is, but you don't. All you know is how the masculine and feminine behave in a power over paradigm.
What women are really afraid of is their anger. And what men are really angry about is their fear.
Your gender is a human cultural construct.
Everything that is happening in the physical plane is an energetic transmission. Sacred geometry. Every motion, every
happened on the planet Earth stays on the planet Earth.